está a punto de comenzar. Por favor, tomen asiento.
Is about to begin. Kindly take your seats.
Señoras y señores, el acto está a punto de empezar. Por favor, ocupen sus localidades y apaguen sus
Be
teléfonos
seated
móviles.
and kindly turn
Muchas
off your
gracias.
cell phones.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to begin. Please take your seats and turn off your mobile phones. Thank you very much.
Bueno, todos ustedes, los periodistas Cristina Riba
We have with
y
us
Artur
Cristina
Pereira.
Riba, Artur Pereira, journalists. Welcome.
Hola, muy buen día, buenos días.
Hello,
a todos,
everyone.
a todas, bienvenidos, bienvenidas.
Welcome to all of you.
Quinta edición ya,
Welcome
del
to this
STEM Women
fifth
Congress.
STEM
Todo
Women
un hito, muchas
Congress.
felicidades.
Congratulations,
Y bien,
the
como
fifth
sabéis,
already.
punto de encuentro,
As you know,
pues, de las iniciativas, voluntariado,
this is
empresas,
about
también
initiatives,
instituciones que trabajan para
volunteer
conseguir que haya
work,
más
and
mujeres
companies all
en los
working to get
sectores
more women
STEM, promover
in
este
STEM
talento femenino tan necesario.
careers.
Este año, como
This is
veis,
so
hemos
necessary.
cambiado de
In this,
escenario.
this time, we're doing it in Asade, a different scenario, and I'm really excited about being together again, so thank you. It's an honor to be with you here
Y también,
again.
ven Artur, ven Artur.
And we have
Bueno,
Artur
como
here too.
como sabéis,
As you know,
mi acompañante siempre era Francesc Soler, que
I was
este año,
always
pues,
with
no ha podido
Francesc
estar
Soler, but he wasn't
con
able to be
nosotros.
here this
Está bien,
year.
está bien,
But
está bien.
he's fine.
Perfecto. O sea, que
There's nothing
no ha
wrong.
podido.
But he
Así que
wasn't
nos
able to come. He
acompaña
had an impediment,
Artur
and
Pereira. Hace mucha ilusión
we
también,
have Artur
pues,
Pereira, so I'm very
en esta
excited to
quinta edición
have you
de
here in
los
this
Women
fifth
Congress.
edition of the STEM Women
También me
Congress.
estreno como
Well, I'm new here, but
Cristina,
it's my first time also being Christina's partner, so
Estamos juntos habitualmente trabajando, pero
although we work together,
debutamos.
this is the first time we're together as presenters. Let's hope it goes well. I think it'll go well. At least on TV it has worked out. So anyway, I'm delighted to be here and glad to see there's so many people who are interested in this topic. I'm sure it's of interest to all of you and people around the world who are following us online. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome them as well. And There's going to be a lot of interesting things said here, so we want them not only to hear, but to participate. So hashtag SWC 2023 is your connector. Yes, we'd like you to put up pictures, comments, and tell us what interests you about this STEM Women Congress 2023. But before that, something which is very important is we want to celebrate these 5 years of the STEM Women Congress. But we assume that all of you know that these women, just a week ago, won the Donatic Prize for companies which are as role models. Big round of applause for them. This is an acknowledgement of women in ICT, and it's a major award. So keep at it, keep it up, and so now with this congratulation, we will go to the official opening of this STEM Women Congress 2023. I'd like to ask Mr. Juan Rodon, who is the Dean of Estadi Business School, to kindly come up and say a few words. Thank you. Gracias.
Hola, gracias, Don.
Sí, posem aquí, potser.
Bienvenidas al STEM Women Congress. Es un honor y un orgullo para ESADE que este congreso tenga lugar aquí. Es de agradecer que hayas aceptado poderlo celebrar aquí. Me gustaría brevemente dar unas palabras para intentar conectar este congreso con lo que es la institución de ESADE, ¿no? Rápidamente considero que la visión que está detrás de este congreso, de esta iniciativa, conecta con ESADE en 3 facetas, sobre todo. Por un lado, diría, desde una perspectiva misional, nosotros pretendemos contribuir a la formación de personas y a la creación de organizaciones donde la diversidad, la inclusión y la igualdad en general, también la igualdad de género, sean elementos.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion are an important part, and this is part of our mission. Also in terms of equal gender opportunities, not only for STEM, but also because in the last 4 years, well, in particular, from the standpoint in research, we've been participating in Equal for Europe, a European program for university students, for management and social rights and so forth, to overcome gender inequality. And this has enabled us to discover inequalities which in the STEM field, as well as others, are very glaring. And this is information that we'd like to convey here. Finally, as a business management school, for some years, we've been really, in terms of what's going on in organizations in the world, we've been going for research and academic support for management, supporting STEM careers. We want to be a crossroads for management and technology. In terms of research, we have many professors, researchers in tech areas, as well as information programs, such as our recently launched AI program that has to do with tech. But also, another thing we're doing is with respect to diversity in the classroom, gender diversity. Well, here, the percentage of women studying management careers is higher than women studying STEM careers. So we're trying to reproduce the percentage we have in management in STEM careers. And we're actually getting there. And we're doing it through the admission process, through our communication efforts, and through scholarships. We're doing this not only to promote equality or for marketing
si estiramos más la
purposes,
cosa, sino
if you
también
like, but
por un
also
tema de estratégico, es decir,
for strategic
gran parte
reasons.
o la innovación que pretendemos que se impulsen desde este tipo de programas, si no incluye la perspectiva
We think that innovation
de género, pues
needs to
difícilmente
include
se
the
va a poder
gender
conseguir.
perspective,
Bueno,
otherwise
para
it won't
finalizar,
go
y no
anywhere.
extenderme más,
I don't
de
want to
nuevo
take more of your
decía,
time,
querría felicitarles
but I
por
do
la
want to
organización del
congratulate
Congreso,
you for this Congress.
que hayan aceptado venir a
We're
ESADE
so
y
glad that you
desearles
decided to come to ESADE, and we wish you the best of success.
Muy bien, pues
Great.
Después de esta
Well,
primera
following this
intervención,
first
es un buen momento para conocer
these
de
first few
primera
words,
mano los retos de futuro.
it's the
del
time to
STEM
learn about
Women
the
Congress.
challenges of the
Y no hay mejor
future
manera de conocer estos
firsthand.
retos de futuro
How can we
que hacerlo
do
de
this?
la
Well,
mano de Mar Porras, que
we
es la
will have
presidenta
Mar Porras,
de Global
who is the
Women,
president of
y Eva
Global
Díaz, que
President of
es
STEM
el CEO
Women,
del,
and
Global
CEO
STEM Women.
Eva Díaz, who is
Por
CEO
tanto,
of
les
STEM
invitamos a
Women
las dos a subir al
Congress.
escenario y a explicarnos
I would ask
estos
them
retos
both
de
to come
futuro.
up and tell you more about the Congress.
Bueno, qué emoción, ¿eh?
Wow, it's so exciting.
Como ha dicho Cristina antes, estamos de
As Christina said
celebración, es nuestro
before,
quinto
it is a
aniversario.
celebration. It's our
Hace
5th
5 años
anniversary.
iniciamos un viaje,
5 years
un
ago,
viaje
we
por un
began a
propósito, un
journey
propósito
with
común,
a
que era
purpose,
incrementar la
which
presencia
was to
y dar
increase
visibilidad a las mujeres
women's
en el
presence
entorno
and visibility in STEM fields. Looking back and seeing everything we've done together, that gives us a sense to, a meaning to where we're going, and we're going to celebrate this with everybody here.
Hace 5 años,
5 years
we
ago,
had a dream, Eva.
we had a dream.
Martina y Laia, nuestras hijas, iban juntas a clase.
Martin and Laia,
Ellas nos
our
unieron,
daughters,
pero
went
en
to
este
class.
camino está lleno de compañeras.
But it's
Compañeras
not
de
just
vida,
them. There are
compañeras
many
de propósito.
traveling companions
Sin
with a
ellas,
purpose
no
on this
estaríamos aquí
journey.
celebrando el quinto
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to
Sin
be
Joana
here
Barbain,
celebrating
no
the
hubiéramos tenido
5th
espacio del primer
anniversary
STEM Women Congress. Sin Moore and Partner,
without
nuestro primer
Moore and
sponsor,
Partner, our main
fiel y
sponsor,
seguidor,
which is
comprometido
faithful to us and our dream, without Eva Blanco,
Ella es una
without
gran referente,
Joana
lo ha sido y
Borbón.
lo sigue siendo. Y ella contribuyó a movilizar a toda la red de mujeres que llenaron
This was a
el espacio
contribution
del
which enabled us to push forward this whole network of women, and this has been the case until today.
Como estamos de aniversario, vamos por velas, ¿no? Y el segundo,
Since it's an anniversary, we're going to have candles. And we had a vision. We wanted to make real change. And to do this, we had to know where we stood and what was happening with the initiatives.
Para elaborar un plan de acción
We needed an action plan that was drawn up together.
y junto a Natalia García,
So,
Cecilia
together with
Cuadra,
Natalia
Elsa
García,
Jiménez,
Cecilia
Clara Piedra,
Cuadra,
Esther
Izquierdo y Carlos Romay, we started to create the STEM women journey, creating a team for inspiration for professional women. This enabled us to design what now is known as our annual report. And the Polytechnic University of Catalunya was host to our meeting of women in STEM, and people in the administration and the public were seeing us giving visibility to women, showing data and leveraging change. This is how we became an entity. I volunteer, I professional, I company. COVID was continuing, and was still ongoing, and it really impacted women in particular. There were many things that where we lost ground in terms of work and family, our lives as a whole. Unemployment was particularly hard for women. But there was one thing that we were clear, was clear for us then and continues to be clear now. Our main objective was not to have others like us. We want to love ourselves. And this was a key year.
nuevo espacio que fue
We
Cosmo
had
Caixa,
a new space, which was Cosmo Caixa, and we started reflecting seriously about the fact we're all professionals and company, but also many volunteers with different initiatives. The entire team connecting with these three profiles decided to share this and give visibility to it, saying it's speaking to volunteers and all of the initiatives that were being taken. We felt together we would go farther, and that's how we began to create our ambassadors network for as many initiatives as possible to be included in the annual report. Starting with the annual report, we drew up an action plan, and two programs came out of it. First, a school, an initiative, and a company, an initiative, and you'll be hearing more about that. We also decided to have awards for the first time to give visibility to our entire ecosystem and best practices in companies, STEM professors, STEM Women of the Year, and STEM entrepreneurs. And here we have the 5th year celebration. And this 5th year, as Christina was saying, we presented ourselves for the first Donatic ICT Women Award, and we won. And also there was a meeting held in Lisbon, so we were international. And different countries started asking us to bring STEM Women Congress to their countries. We have our own methodology, and of course the whole event, the STEM Women Congress event, which is a way of generating activity in the STEM ecosystem and have a network of role models with initiatives and the common objective to have more girls and women in STEM careers. And next year, STEM Women Congress will be in Milan, in Madrid, in Bogota, in Lisbon, and in Barcelona, of course, of course. But there's more. We are about to take it to two other continents, North America and Africa. So we have to thank everyone here, everyone online following us. Those of you who haven't been able to come but will in the future, you're giving us credibility and continuity to our purpose, our dream, and we can only tell you we are committed. We continue to believe, to grow, and with the intention of building a better world, a better society, and having opportunities for collaboration, equity, and justice. Social responsibility was our dream, but it became a tsunami, which became international, and which will take us to the stars. So 1,000 thanks to all of you for being here with us. I want to say thank you to you too for making the STEM Women Congress a reality. Thank you, congratulations, and best of success in your internationalization process, bringing it to as many countries as possible. 5 years of work together. And now we'll have Liliana Arroyo, General Director of Societat General of the Generalitat of Catalunya, the Government of Catalunya.
Buen día, buenos días.
Morning, everyone. I want to begin. I can't do anything but begin by congratulating you for this award for women in ICT. And some of you are wearing a special pin of a fist on your lapel, supporting the ICT careers. And with the same strength as you're supporting everything else we do. So this was the first time we went for the ICT Awards, and it's important to know there were other initiatives as well, people doing different things so that women in digital talent stops being marginal and gets the recognition and visibility it deserves. The STEM Women Congress bid actually was so aligned with the ICT Women Award that because it's about really studying, identifying what's not working, and proposing change toward a more inclusive and society with more women in ICT. The ICT Women Award have a long tradition, and in which we wanted to really stress the need to keep creating or keeping alive communities. And it's so wonderful seeing women who are winning these awards, and some of them are here. And these projects all dovetail, so it's not surprising that this award was won this year. We have a lot of data. We have the annual report, digital talent overview, where we see there's a kind of quote-unquote war, a talent war, because on the one hand, they need talent, and we're thinking, where are the women in all of this? And there are companies who are now encouraging women talent, and then we say, why don't you find women? And they say, we don't know where to find them. And so this, one of the answers could be our annual report and STEM Women Congress, and also other data we've come up with. One of you, when we were talking about the ICT Women Barometer, well, when we did this barometer, we decided it was so needed that we would do it again. We got data on women in the tech sector, both supply and demand, and also the qualitative aspect. And there were three aspects I'd like to highlight because they were so important. First, there was a voluntary survey. Over 500 companies were asked to respond. Only 150 actually did. And we thought, what happened? We said, what? We sort of asked them in private, why didn't you fill it out? And one of the answers was, we don't have the data to be able to answer. And that means that their databases are not designed to segregate by gender or other important variables having to do with this inequality. So if you're in a company where the database having to do with your staff doesn't have this gender information, well, you have to ask them for it. This is the first hack that we need to have access to this information. Secondly, there's a very long shadow of imposter syndrome where we have women who are empowered, who are launching incredible initiatives. Mark Borges already said this. It's not about saying, oh, please hire us, but actually standing up and getting rid of that imposter syndrome, which we ourselves adopt. And there are companies that are in a better position or have done more in this area of giving visibility to women's talent on their team, and who can provide training. One training would be to combat imposter syndrome and really let us know that we deserve these jobs. And it requires a titanic effort, because sometimes it seems as though you've got to be a hero or a martyr practically to be able to achieve these positions. And the other thing is to learn more about negotiating skills. And when you talk about, with companies about negotiating wages or salaries, just negotiating and making sure that our team members get the best salary, we do that. But when it's for us, well, we say, no, it's my team. It's not about me. But we're all the team, so we all have to row in the same direction. and learn to negotiate it as well. I'm sure you know about all of this because this is your day-to-day experience, but it's important for us to talk about it and shed light on it. We need data and be able to have a diagnosis to know how we're going to move forward, because structural challenges are too big otherwise. The Dean already said this, the Dean of ESADE, and it's something that's always present in the STEM Women Congress, which is about opening the door to women's talent. Means opening the door to inclusion, not only to get more women, but because we have to think who's missing in this equation: people with disabilities, people of different origins, people who have different perspectives, of different ages as well. There's also ageism, particularly when we're looking at digital talent. That's very clear. So if we open the door to the gender perspective, we also open up to inclusion and justice and diversity as a whole. And I wouldn't like to conclude without saying that this afternoon, well, we want you to be on top of things, because we have one round table with men, because it seems as though we're all women talking about women's talent and so forth, and maybe men have nothing to do with it. But fortunately, I see men here in the room, and I'm sure that increasingly we'll be seeing more men, because they're interested in what we're talking about here. But not only interested, but we hope that they will be part of the effort. That's really important. And before beginning, we're saying this isn't just one battle. This is a question of teamwork, not just one side or the other. We have to work together to evolve in the system, because we're all immersed in it, and it's more important to change the collective imagination, the collective thought process, because it's not only because we have the right to be talented professionals, and get hired for that. And entrepreneurship is the other path we should be able to take. So I just wanted to close now by thanking you again for asking us to be here. We've given you our support, and will continue to do so. And in the Generalitat, the government of Catalonia, we feel that you are key in our digital society. We have evidence-based reasons to build and maintain and support these initiatives, these many initiatives. The challenge is now for you to connect with each other, network, and we wish a long life to women in tech. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Liliana. It was very interesting listening to you there to close our first block, which is the opening of the Congress. And we also heard Joan Rodon, Marc Porras, and Eva Diaz. After our opening, we'll move on now, Christina, to the second part of the Congress, which is STEM Women Association. This is where Esther Izquierdo and Celiana Carreño are going to speak to us about the role of the ambassadors on the ground and the great work that the initiatives are doing. Here you can see Esther Izquierdo. She's the Global President of STEM Ambassadors and Director of Innovation in ARC-BCN, and Celiana Carreño, who's the Global President of STEM and Initiatives and VP Technology and in charge of European project in Globant. There is no set way forward. We make our own way forward as we're walking. I'm sure that you've all recognized this phrase, which I quoted in Spanish from Antonio Machado. We're making our own way to go forward, and we're creating our own future. It'll be a future with more diversity and more equal opportunities and gender diversity in the STEM sectors. This is our goal, and all of us share said goal, all of us in this association. We're all walking forward, we're making our own way, we're leaving our footsteps, and we're making things visible, and we're inspiring people, and we're walking on the shoulders of those who came before us as well, so that our present and the future will be better and different. This year, taking advantage of our 5th anniversary, as Maria and Eva said, we decided to create the association and to publicize it. It includes all the actions and all the projects which help us to achieve our aim, because we know that working together we are better. Because we add up our talent, our professionalism, our bravery, our inspiration, our creativity, and our innovation, and we can face the challenges better in the STEM sectors. Without the talent of all the people who are here, we wouldn't be able to do this, because it's our passion, our bravery to move forward, which really ensures that we do actually move forward. And we use indicators, critical thinking, data, and we need all of this to achieve our goal. And we are doing it as a team, because we're a great team. Those of you who come from the construction industry know that to make a building and for it to stay up, we have to have a good foundation, and we have to have pillars for it. Here we have 4. And all our projects are in tune with these 4. First, we measure. We use the data that's relevant. We said this at the start, and we continue to do this. We need the right information to measure our impact and know exactly what we have to do. We connect people. The importance of generating the network that we have it can't be overstressed. It's really important to connect up between each other and connect up our schools, our initiatives, our companies, and at the end of the day, people. And we're making everything we do visible, and everything you do, all of the people around us who are with us and walking forward with us. And no less important, because it's our main goal, is we are closing the gap. These are our 4 pillars, and we have 4 main projects which are cross-cutting. And we call them this because they're all based on the 4 pillars, but they are also interrelated. And this is our biggest achievement, identifying actions and projects which are interrelated, and this helps us achieve a greater impact with what we're doing. The first project, then, as was said by Eva and Mar, is the annual report. The annual report, which has been said already, enables us to quantify what we're doing, and in qualitative terms, we're able to give good information. Susana Cabos, will talk about this in more details, and she'll present our 4th annual report. Related to this, we also wanted to announce that we have another challenge which we want to start, which is the digital hub. This is to bring together all the data that we have and think of everything we're working on, to be able to analyze the situation better and identify how we're impacting in a better way, and above all, to be able to generate a network of contacts and partnerships and accelerate what we're doing. The second, for us then, our highest value for us, people. The STEM Ambassadors Network. Without people, without the women involved, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Our women ambassadors represent what we're doing, where they are on the ground. They transmit the values of our association, and to achieve our aim and to achieve our objectives, they are key. We started a year and a half ago with 15 national throughout Spain, in 11 of Spain's autonomous communities. Now we're over 37, not just in Spain, but internationally. Here you can see them. Up on the screen, here are the photos. We'd like to thank all of them, all the ones who are here with us, for their time, but especially for their passion and their energy in everything they do. As you can see, here is the map of Spain with all the ambassadors that we have in Spain. in the different regions or autonomous communities. Here you can see them, who since June this year, the ones that we have in Portugal, and this is a great success for us as well. So you've seen what we've achieved in just a year and a half. Can you imagine what we can do if we continue adding people to this project? Well, this is another of our challenges. We want to invite all the men who are in the STEM sector to join up with us, to join up with our women ambassadors. And our dream is that when we present this picture next year, we will have increased the number, increased the spread, and also diversity of gender. And to close, as was said before, we have to be the change that we want to achieve in the world. We have to be agents of change and work together the future that we want in the STEM sector. We've already explained the importance of our ambassadors then. Do you want to know something about our initiatives? Well, Celia will now speak to you about this. Celiana. Thank you, Esther. It's a great honor for me to be here. It's my first Congress in Barcelona and my first active participation in the association, so thank you for inviting me. The initiatives. Well, the ambassadors and the initiatives are connected up, and that's, of course, thanks to the ambassadors, we have knowledge about all the initiatives which exist in the STEM world, and we can achieve visibility for them. In the STEM Women Congress, I'd like to talk to you about the importance of the initiatives, but not just for us as an organization, but also for our common goal, which is to make visible the great talent which exists in the STEM world. So the initiatives hubs want to close the divide, close the gap that everyone talks about, and so that every initiative and every program which exists has the biggest impact that it can. And it should reach all the girls who will be the future generation and also all the women of now. And this we can only achieve if we work as a team, in partnership, and extend our connections. We need more resources, and we can do this by working in a team, and we can reach further. We're not competing, we are partners, and we're all accelerators of change. These are some of the initiatives which we have registered in the STEM Women Congress, which are feeding into our annual report, which Susanna will talk about in more detail. So I'd really like to say to everyone and all the institutions who are not there to contact with the association and with the ambassadors of the different cities or regions, so that you can get more involved and feed in your information, make the report more complete, and have the best data that we can. And that will also be a tool for changing the world and making our society more just and more fair. In terms of the initiatives we have, well, we've highlighted two. Cecilia Cuadra and Elsa Jimenez will talk more about them. I just wanted to talk briefly about One School, One Initiative, which is where we want to work so that inclusivity reaches education in the early stages, because right at this point we can start to change the future, and we can close the divide in all the schools in Spain by 2030, and this will achieve a greater impact as well throughout the world. We want schools then to have all the relevant information on our initiatives of all that can be done for motivating and transforming everyone's participation in the STEM world, and our numbers will then become fairer and more equitable. We have one company, one initiative as well. We have a lot of experience, and we are using a lot of initiative from many projects which already exist. We want to add in our knowledge and our expertise, and to help everyone in terms of diversity policies, to help all organizations to transform and to work better. from the bottom up and changing the different policies for inclusiveness and ensure that all the institutions and companies working with us are part of the transformation. As Eva mentioned as well, one of the programs or initiatives which we have in the Congress are the STEM Awards. One of the key factors which we have is the visibility of the incredible talent which exists in the STEM world. And this is why we created these awards, which look to recognize right from the teachers who are molding the futures of our world or of our country, from these to the women who are changing status quo in the companies and women who are working as entrepreneurs. So this afternoon, Carlos Ramay will award these awards this afternoon, and as we said, these are very important, and they can also be a point of reference for many women in training the girls and women of the future. This has to be joint work, both men and women, with the same objective in terms of transforming the world and achieving a more diverse and equal world. I wanted to briefly highlight another element. We talked about the 2020 Congress, 2021. I wanted to talk about data briefly. I haven't talked about 2020, but just where we are up to now with the two congresses in Madrid and Lisbon, we had more than 350 people attending and more than 1,380 streaming participants. And another piece of news which has made us all happy is 700 entries, tickets which were made available for day, which just went virtually straight away, and we're really happy about that. But we can't rest on our laurels. We have to continue to move forward. As Eva said as well, it's also causes great excitement for all of us to continue to talk about how we're continuing to expand our horizons, and we're continuing to move forward. In this video, you can see an example of where we want to get to. I don't know if the video can be put up now. I hope so.
Espera. Creo que no. Si no, bueno, ya lo había mencionado.
If it can't be put up, just to say that we've been in Barcelona, Madrid, Lisbon. We'll be in Milan, also in Montreal, Bogota, and Agra. We're continuing to grow, and we will continue to announce new cities for our beautiful project to achieve a better world. And I wanted to just finish talking about what Yusuf Sai said. When the world is united, incredible things happen. Between all of us, we want a future in which everyone has the opportunity to shine, regardless of gender or age or any other condition, just our talent. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Don't leave the stage. There's an important moment now. We talked about many of the projects and many of the initiatives which are taking place. This is important for us now because we do have to recognize the work of our women ambassadors, which Esther and Celiana have talked about. Mar Porras, Susana Cabos, and Clara La Piedra, please can they come onto the stage to award the lapel badges to the ambassadors? Yes, please give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Thanks to all of you then. We've got 5 people here who will award our lapel badges, but the most important element is still missing. We've got 5 people who are going to receive them, 5 ambassadors. call them out one by one so that they come up and receive this recognition. Carla Alvarez, who's an ambassador from Asturias and General Director of Promotion of Employment in Gijón Town Council, will receive her badge from Esther Izquierdo. Well done. Congratulations. We'll do a joint photo at the end. Patricia Aceves, who's an ambassador also from Asturias, and she's a human factor researcher in ethical artificial intelligence. Celiana Cariño will give her pin. Thank you. This badge is to recognize the work that you've been doing. Well done. Covadonga Rodriguez, who's also an ambassador from Asturias. She's a teacher of the Oviedo University. Asturias is in fashion, as you can see. I'll say who awards her badge. Mar Porras will give her the badge. Miriam Barajas, who's an ambassador in Madrid, who's a CCO of Imagenta People. Susana Cabos will give her badge. Here's Miriam. Her train is a bit late. Oh no, she is. She's not here yet, but when she does arrive, we'll bring her up and give her her badge. So please, Susana, keep hold of that badge for her. Today and tomorrow there's going to be some problems with the fast trains, as we know. The fifth person then. Violeta Gibaja. We were having a debate here. Is this Vivaja or Vivaja? Gibaja is how you said this. Gibaja. She's an ambassador in Barcelona. So Clara La Piedra has given her her badge. And we're getting a course in pronunciation as well in terms of people's surnames. But the most important thing is the recognition has now been made. We're waiting for Miriam Barajas. Although she's got an airport in her name, she's coming by train, and that's why she's late. But she'll be here with us soon. So we'll move forward then, and we'll all be in the right place for the photo, the photographer says. Thank you, everyone. So you can go back to your seats now. Thank you very much. Now, as Esther and Celiana were talking about the annual report, now it's time to hear a bit more about it. It's where we get a lot of our valuable data in terms of the initiatives and the programs which we work on in terms of STEM, with a gender focus, the impacts which have been generated, to what degree they impact on the Spanish population, and also exactly where things are going with greater strength and how they're funded. As I say, Susana, who is the president of the annual report, who's with us on stage, and she's going to give us these explanations, and we'll find out a lot more about it.
Datos. Y más datos.
Okay, data and more data. We're seeing here on the screen In fact, all of us, male or female, are that. We're made up of data. Welcome to everyone to the fourth edition of the annual report, in which precisely our data for all of us in STEM areas as agents of change are reflected. Allow me to go back a bit and talk a little bit about the situation after the first STEM Women Congress in 2019. We had initiatives, volunteers, companies, schools. Eba, Mar will remember this. We said we have to measure our impact. We have to measure whether we've all got the same aim and whether we're making the right impact. Because we can see that we're working in towns and cities in our country. We said, well, but we need to measure what we're doing. So the first thing we need is data, which will give us the evidence that we're all working with the same goal to ensure that more girls and more women are in STEM areas. And we didn't do this just once or even twice. Now we're presenting the fourth annual report which we've done, so I'm sure you'll allow me to briefly summarize what it is as a tool, the annual report. Perhaps some of you are not too familiar with it. Just quickly then, what do we measure in it? Using a series of variables, we measure how all these initiatives and programs impact. We classify them according to their impacts throughout our lifetimes. If they impact in girls and boys under 16, we call these then inspiration. If they're for 16 plus people, when decisions have been made about career pathways, we call them careers, professional careers. In private companies, public companies, or in entrepreneurship initiatives, we measure how all these initiatives are and how the impact they're having to ensure that more girls and women are in STEM areas. And how do we do this? To ensure that it's 100% reliable? Well, we use a survey which we receive from all the initiatives with more than 10 variables, as you can see up on the screen here. Some of these are quantitative, some are qualitative, and they describe the initiatives. And this survey was designed by psychologists, data scientists, experts in STEM areas and diversity who also work in field areas. What else do we do? We gather information in socio-demographic terms from the National Statistics Institute, the Ministry of Labour, the Ministry of Education. It's important that our data is from reliable sources, because when we show our conclusions to the whole ecosystem, so that this data can then be interpreted in terms of the social and economic context in which they are being produced. And now I'm sure you will allow me to present our annual report for 2023, but very briefly. So I'm sure it's up on our webpage. I'm sure it's been sent out to journalists this year. So I would like to just go through the analysis, the discoveries that we've made, and the conclusions. Firstly, we undertake descriptive analysis. We say what the initiatives are in terms of what age groups they're working with, where, which towns are being impacted, how they are funded, what type of activity they are doing, and how they impact in their social arena. And we've been doing this for 4 years, so you can imagine that we're spreading our scope and going wider and wider with our study as we go along. This explains what's going on today throughout the whole of our ecosystem, in initiatives, in companies, in schools, in volunteers. And we compare this year on year. let's go to this year. The first thing here, then, you can see is the map of Spain, and you can see how these initiatives are distributed throughout the country. More than 100, with an increase of more than 45% regarding the programs that we had in our annual report for last year, thanks to the group of ambassadors who don't just gather data and initiatives, but also are weaving a network and which is perfect for agents of change in the local environment. The biggest increases you can see in Castilla-La Mancha, in Castilla-León, and in Asturias. This is the evolution of our initiatives down the years. For those of you who've only seen one report, or those who have seen previous reports, will know that in 2018, 2019, we had a limited number of initiatives. We had the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda coming in there, so that influenced the need to project from 2017. But in 2020, we obviously had the pandemic, and obviously all of us had to transform ourselves, and these initiatives, over 90%, just went from being presence-based to hybrid formats or even just all online. And after 2 years, it took about 2 years for us to see new startups in terms of our initiatives. So here we want to make a call for companies and public bodies who were involved at the outset in terms of achieving our aims of one initiative in each school. We'd like them to continue working hard with us towards this goal. Obviously, we also look to see whether these initiatives have been generated within private companies or more in a public sector environment. There's a low percentage which has been generated by public bodies. Here, we want to make a call to them so they can help us right from the outset with these initiatives. Our annual report, obviously, as well, looks at patterns, and here we can see that all these initiatives are very focused on a given specific stage, which is the last part of primary education, when people are starting to make decisions. But it's also the area where we can make girls' interests grow more in terms of STEM areas. Also in these graphs, we can see gaps and lacks when we saw that there weren't, for example, enough initiatives which were impacting on the ages of between 1 and 5 in very young girls. And lastly, we also undertake projections, such as the one we started to do this year.
La gran parte de iniciativas se generaron entre el 2018 y 2019.
Here at 2018, 2019, we're having an impact on kids between the age of 10 and 12 years, and we think by 2025 we're going to see results of our efforts to get more people signing up for STEM careers. Inspiring initiatives between up to the age of 6 years. What are we seeing? What we've seen this year already is a major increase in this childhood group, from up to 36% this year. And I want to point out 2 particular initiatives in this area: Apollo Kids and engineering. Second major conclusion, if we look at the impact of these initiatives in different fields, it has talks, tech workshops, teacher programs. And what we're seeing is the main effort is to break away stereotypes. That's where we can empower more girls and later women to enter the STEM fields in the future. Finally,
de iniciativas
we
que no
have
solo trabajan de
initiatives
forma
that
local,
don't
sino
only
también de
act
forma
locally, but
internacional.
also internationally,
Ahora que vamos a
globally.
empezar a abrir
Now,
nuestro annual report a
we're
otros
opening
países,
our annual report to
podremos empezar a cruzar
include other
datos.
countries, and we can start
Iniciativas de
doing
carreras.
cross-check data.
Dos conclusiones principales.
Career initiatives. Well, we
Primera
have
de
two
todo,
major conclusions in this regard.
El aumento
First,
de iniciativas
there's been an
STEM
increase of STEM
en la
initiatives
etapa junior de
in
carreras,
junior career
donde asegura que los perfiles
stages,
tecnológicos
where
femeninos
women's
se
tech
inician su etapa
profiles
laboral
are
y no
at
hay
the
una
very
fuga de
beginning. We don't want to lose this talent
Segunda
along the
conclusión
way.
importante, y aquí podréis ver cómo cruzamos
You can
datos
see here how we've
precisamente
cross-checked
sociodemográficos.
data
Vemos
using
un
sociodemographic
decremento de la natalidad.
information. One
Por
has to
otro
do with the
lado, hay
birth
un
rate.
incremento
It's
de
lower,
la
a
edad
lower
media
birth rate, and
de
then the
trabajo,
average
43
age
años, pero muy pronto va a ser 50
workers
años.
from 40, it's
Y la
43, and will be
proyección
going
de
to
todos
be,
estos
it's going to be
perfiles
50 very soon.
Nos hacen realmente la
What this
necesidad
does is point
de
to the
iniciativas
need
que
for
se dediquen realmente a
initiatives
adaptar los perfiles.
that
Y estas
can
iniciativas
adapt
las llamamos iniciativas
profiles.
centradas en el reskilling.
We call those reskilling
Nos ofrecen la
type
oportunidad
initiatives,
precisamente de impactar
reskilling focused
en edades ya
initiatives.
más maduras,
The idea
en carreras
is
profesionales,
you have people who are
y sin
older
ellas,
in their professional
es
careers,
que difícilmente ni en el 2050
and we need their
llegamos a
support because otherwise we will never get to parity even in
Quiero
2050.
remarcar aquí que solo
I want to
tenemos
point out
tres
here that we have
iniciativas
only
en carreras
3
profesionales que estén
initiatives
dedicadas
in
al reskilling.
professional careers that are devoted to reskilling.
Nos gustaría destacar que es el
Now I'd
cuarto annual
like
report.
to
Por
point
tanto,
out
os
that
podéis
this is the
imaginar
4th annual
que sí
report,
que estamos
so
empezando a crear
you can
un modelo
see
predictivo
we're creating
en el
a
que
predictive
relacionemos
model where we can
impactos de todas
relate
estas
the
iniciativas
impact of all of these
con
initiatives
matriculaciones
with
en áreas STEM.
people
Nuestro
signing up
annual
for
report
STEM
Es
careers.
la clara
The
evidencia
annual
de
report
que este
shows
concepto de
clearly
hub
that the hub
hoy es
concept
una realidad.
is a reality
Iniciativas,
now.
empresas,
Initiatives,
voluntarios,
companies,
escuelas.
volunteers,
Este es el
schools.
lugar donde
This
podéis
is where
encontrar de forma
you
objetiva
can
todos vuestros
objectively
datos.
find all
Y
of
los datos
the data,
de todo vuestro
the
ecosistema.
data for your entire
Ahora, paso
ecosystem.
a paso, estamos empezando a expandirnos
Now,
a
bit
otros
by bit,
países.
we're expanding to other
¿Os podéis
countries.
imaginar dónde podremos llegar a
Can
visibilizar
you just imagine
para
how
que
much
más
visibility
niños,
we can
más
get
mujeres
so more
estén en
girls
áreas STEM?
and women go into STEM
Como Peter Drucker
fields?
dijo,
As Peter Drucker said,
solo lo que medimos
only
podemos gestionarlo.
what
Y
is
por
measured
tanto,
can be
puede
managed
mejorar.
and therefore improve.
Hoy, desde el STEM Women Association,
From the STEM Women Association,
medimos para
we
hacer
are
planes de
measuring
acciones
things
que
to create
impacten
action
más
plans that
niñas
will
y
have an
mujeres
impact
estén
so
en
that
áreas STEM.
more girls and women
Por
enter
una
STEM
iniciativa en cada
fields.
escuela.
We
Porque
have
es ahí, en
we're
edades
going for an
tempranas,
initiative in
donde a
each
través de
school
la
because
escuela, de los
in
profesores, de las
early
familias,
childhood,
podemos
through
empoderar
teachers and
y
families,
motivar
we
a
can
más
empower
niñas.
and motivate
Por
more
una iniciativa en cada
girls.
empresa. Porque no solo
Also
es que
in
las chicas que
companies,
lleguen
so
se
that the
queden,
girls or the young women who
sino
go there
también
not only
aquellas que no
stay,
están,
but those
puedan llegarse
who
a
haven't
adaptar
gotten there yet
para
can
estar
go
en
and
áreas STEM.
adapt to
Y por un
be
hub
in
digital,
STEM areas. And then a
donde
digital
compartamos
hub
datos,
where we can share data,
análisis, planes de
analyses,
acciones,
action plans,
para que conectados podamos
so that
crecer
together we
juntos
can grow,
y hacer mucho más diverso, inclusivo,
be more diverse,
las áreas
inclusive, and really
por
impact
hacer
STEM
un mundo
fields
mucho mejor.
to create a much better world.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Susana, por
Thank you, Susanna,
Esta exposición del Annual Report.
for telling us about the annual report. We're seeing more and more initiatives,
Que vayan contestando estas encuestas y ir recogiendo más
meaning
datos
that
tan
through
importantes
surveys
para
we're getting
completar, para realizar
more information,
este Annual Report,
which all go into the
datos
annual
necesarios
report.
también para la labor que realiza
Also,
el
data,
STEM
so important for the STEM Women Congress as a whole.
Creo que es el momento ya
Well,
de
Christina, I
entrar
think it's
en la
time
fase de los
to
primeros premios
get
de este
into the
STEM Women
first
Congress
STEM
2023.
Women Congress Awards for 2023, that these are the STEM Company Awards. There are 5 finalists, and the idea is to reward good or best company practices. But before that, we want to hear Cecilia Cuadra, Global President of Companies and Partners in this area and responsible for, or Head of Marketing Operations at Ironhack. She can talk about what's being done already in this regard and highlight this One Company, One Initiative program.
Yo sé que todos aquí nos hemos preguntado en algún momento, yo quiero hacer algo.
All of us may have asked ourselves at one point, I want to do something, but what? This is the question companies, individuals have asked ourselves. This in the last 5 years, we needed tips for where to start and where to go to. And what I'm going to talk about is precisely that. Before we were hearing about roles, it's me, I, as a woman in a company. This is really important. There are little tricks and tips from colleagues who have initiatives in companies with the idea of inspiring others. We've talked about a journey of the world over. We decided to go beyond Spain so we could see that the problems that we find here are the same the world over. Today we're going to talk about the solution, which is through the association. What's our intention? How will we do it? Well, we'll do it together with this talent. I want to tell you, Susana already mentioned it, but what had the biggest impact on me and got me to participate in this initiative was that the inspiration team is hardworking, inspiring girls and young women to enter STEM fields. But then what happens? They go into these professional careers, and the first year of their university or their first experience in a company, they leave. What's happening? How come we have no retention and take advantage of these women in their inspiration? The other question is, if 100% of girls currently studying primary or secondary school, even if all of these girls went into STEM fields, there wouldn't be enough. So we have to reinvent careers and also find a way to have real retention of this talent so that women stay in companies. We need these women in companies developing their careers there. We need courage to continue. This is a call to you so that we all do something, particularly companies, because we are the drivers for change. If we don't do anything, nothing will happen. So what are we trying to do? Well, first of all, do what we've already been doing. Continue with this multi-pronged approach, talking with people, with girls, young women, with schools, with institutions, companies, whatever their size, to create this hub to come together and find solutions. So that's where we got the idea of One Company, One Initiative. So because the idea was through a business network it would be possible to reach more people and have a bigger impact. What is One Company, One Initiative? It's a series of steps or a system whereby companies can take steps forward, small steps, until they reach maturity in this regard. If they have one initiative, the idea is to bring companies together and they can create larger joint programs affecting the whole workforce for a real change. Now, why are we doing this? And what's different about it? First, we are people-focused. What's important for us is impact. Companies have their KPIs, diversity and inclusion, and that's important. But when we focus on individuals, where they are now and where they want, what they want to achieve, that's where we're going to, that's something we want to measure, and we want to make a difference there. We've been working together for some time now with STEM Women Congress Association, but we also have our own careers, our own personal experience in this regard. What's most important for companies is tailoring this to individuals. There's no panacea, one-size-fits-all solution. So we have to take into account this company's strategy, the profile and values, and the ultimate market they're targeting. This is the only way we can have one company, one initiative. You can't just put two elements together. It has to be a match. So in what way can we help? Well, we have these four type of profiles of company partners, one might say, because we're all in different situations, whether the size of the company, the experience or history or whatever. They need a plan, and we have to tell them what they need to do from start to finish sometimes. Others just need a little bit of a nudge. And this is, we have different categories, explorer categories for curious companies that want to take a first step or make a difference in some way. Collaborating companies are ready to go into action and take a big step. Motivating, driving companies already have experience and want to go beyond what already is. And then we have these, what we call our champion companies, who have a greater experience or are really ready to take a big leap. Each of these companies pays dues as a member, and they get certain benefits, but that doesn't mean that they can't also be part of the initiatives we think will have the most value. They're also going to have advantages that networking with other companies, be in the STEM Women Congress, participate in the newsletter, exclusive events, and so forth, which you'll hear about later. For now, I'd just like to talk about services based on our different pillars. As I said before, the first service is evaluation or assessment. We measure things. That's the most important thing for us. What are we trying to measure? Well, seeing where STEM companies stand in diversity and inclusion. But more importantly, how are women who are in these companies and the women around you, not only how the company is doing, but the well-being and perception of women who work there. Second service has to do with consulting and how to go into action. We help companies to create a plan to develop diversity and inclusion strategies, to take their first steps or one large step and really change the figures for gender in their company. Then certification. This is something we're particularly excited about. First of all, because it brings together the three most important aspects: facts, impact, and visibility. We have created an index, STEM Equality Index, which creates a kind of role model for, already in universities with respect to inclusion. We will be able to give visibility to companies who have a high ranking on the index because women will want to go there. It also provides visibility and makes it possible to share best practice. Finally, communication and events are support services to show them how to do more and do better what they're already doing. Some companies are doing a lot of things, but they're not talking about it. We don't hear about it. Or they have fantastic talent in their company, and they're not giving them visibility. So this enables us to enable companies to close this gap in communication and visibility, and with events to be able to network. I think all of you here have come for one reason, and that's because we're interested in this topic and we want to be part of the movement. Going back to roles, I've decided each of us should have a role. As an association, our role is, before the end of the year, we want to have this down in writing and be ready to start off next year with services that are already well-defined and underway. And then there's the role of change agents. So we're going to do something. I want you to think for a second who in your company or around you you'd like to share the one company, one initiative with. When you have thought of somebody, raise your hand. How's it going now? Not too many hands. I'll give you a little more time maybe to think about it. Okay. We're going to have an applause. I'm going to congratulate them, because if they raise their hand, that means that's the first step. The next step is to share this and get things moving in the company. It doesn't have to be somebody who's a top executive or the company owner. Just one person, because they have a particular role or profile in the company, is perfect, because I think we're all responsible for this. If you want to begin already, you can write for more information. One company, one initiative is our dream, but without all of you, we're not going to be able to do it. Thank you very much.
Cecilia, una empresa, una iniciativa.
Cecilia, one company, one initiative. We'd like to encourage you all to write to that email address. Well, following that talk by Cecilia, now we're reaching one of the key moments. Little drum roll here. We're going to be having the STEM Company Awards, as you know. We're going to be hearing projects from companies that promote STEM, diversity, equality, and inclusion. It's important because we learn from every single presentation. Yes, we're going to be hearing from the five finalists. I hope you don't mind. We're changing things on the stage. We'll be hearing from five finalists. But first of all, we're going to have an order. Voting. You're going to vote the order. Well, first of all, because you are the ones who's going to decide who wins. So how is this going to work? First, we're going to hear the five different speakers. Then we'll have a QR code on the screen, which you can use to see the five candidates and decide to vote for one, just one. You can only vote for one, even if you like them all, but the one you like the most. So we'll decide the order of the awards based on that. You're going to have time to vote, but not that much time, because we need to get these votes counted. So during the coffee break, you can do this. But when you come back, we have to have gotten the results and all of the votes in. Can we start now? What we want is to have your votes and know the order of the winners. So, listen up.
10 minutos.
10 minutes. We'll have 10 minutes each. You have to be very strict with time. 10 minutes to talk about your project. So we'll begin now with HP presenting Code Wars, Decoding STEM Young Talent. We're going to ask Ana Heredero, R&D Software Project Manager, to come forward with her colleagues. You can sit if you like, or if you want to remain standing, you can do that too. This is the name. Here are the names. Tony Ramos, a math, physics, and electrotechnic teacher at Sagrada Corazon School, and some students. Our students, Raquel and Lucia. How are you? Raquel, who's studying data science and engineering at UPC, and Lucia Alvarez, who's studying AI at the UPC University as well. And, well, go for it. Hope you'll be successful. This is what will determine the order of all of the different candidates later. Congratulations for your fifth anniversary, first of all. And we're really honored to be one of the candidates here. We want to thank HP for having selected HP Code Wars as an initiative. I'll give you a brief introduction. I'll give you a few numbers about what we're doing in HP and San Cugat. At HP, we have 2,600 employees, or more than 2,600, with over 700 engineers, men and women. The R&D department is the biggest laboratory outside of the US. We're responsible for 3D printers and large format printers. HP has provided its financial information, but also provides reports on our impact on sustainability terms in the planet, and people, and our community. Here, I wanted to talk about equality in education. You see this pie chart, and up down here, in terms of gender equality. We're proud to be project manager of this project called HP Code Wars, which has to do with these pillars I'm talking about. This has been 8 years of fun. You can see some pictures. Over 2,600 students have participated. It's an open coding program at early phases in our young men and women's lives in schools. It's not for employees. It's a competition for schools in Catalonia. And schools come. They're represented by their students and a teacher who accompanies them for support, although the teachers don't participate. They have the winners in Madrid and the northern area as well. This is our experience, our initiative, but it'd be better if I show you a video.
This is my first year as a volunteer in the HP Code Wars, and eventually what it brought me here was I feel like HP Code Wars would have been something that I would have liked to do as a kid. So I felt like when the initiative has started and being my first opportunity, I had to jump in to help develop something that I would have loved.
Good morning, everyone.
It's great to be here again, face to face, after 3 years of virtual edition. Code Wars really is one of the most special programs that we do here at the HP Barcelona site, because we really have an impact on kids that really want to follow the technical career path, and this is a way to encourage them.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
This is again an event that we are looking for more female teams in the competition, and we are very glad because so far I think that they are doing better than other years. So we are very happy with that.
Un evento único para los chavales, para descubrir la programación, para ver ahí otros chicos que también están interesados en lo mismo, ¿no? Porque a veces esto de la programación suena como un poco a una isla, ¿no? A un bicho raro, y sin embargo ves aquí que hay muchísima gente.
A la part de Computer Science, a la d'informàtica, hi ha poques noies que s'apunten. Aquests events fan que es promocioni la programació. Bé que hi ha un 23% de noies apuntades, jo n'he portat la meitat, he intentat portar la meitat, i s'ha de promocionar perquè realment hi ha una falta de vocacions amb aquest estil.
It has been a great surprise and joy to win this year, which is actually our last year that we can compete in the HP Code Wars. So it's like a perfect event to end.
Bueno.
Well, that just summed up what happened in 2023, but we've been doing it for 8 years. Even during the pandemic, we did it online. I just want to highlight the fact that apart from having fun, we have some real success stories behind this HP Code Wars. One thing that's really important, and that is, have you seen, there are all these women? It was a team of women who won, of girls who won this year. Please notice. They're going to Houston March 2nd to represent Spain in the international competition, the global competition. We're very proud of them. I'm also very proud, we are very proud, that the number of women has grown since 2015 when we first started. You can see the trend. Each time there are more girls participating. We're talking about kids between the age of 13 and 17, so we are generating enthusiasm for STEM careers from a very early age. Finally, we have a really nice success story I'd like to tell you about. But we have the protagonists here, so they can tell you themselves. Tony's a teacher. Since 2015, he's been working with us since HP Code Wars. Tony, what got you to do this HP Code Wars? Well, there were a few reasons why I got my students. First of all, because HP Code Wars has to do with skills. You know that our current program is based on skills. There's knowledge and know-how which are taught, and they have to put into practice in learning situations what they have acquired. So what students do is find solution to a challenge. I can't think of a better example than HP Code Wars for these skills, because in HP Code Wars there's a programming difficulty, a challenge, a mini challenge, and this is a wonderful place for kids to learn and show their skills, particularly digital skills, which I think is one of the most important. That's in terms of students. But the next, which I think is very important, and we're seeing here in STEM Women Congress, is girls become more self-confident about going into STEM careers, because as you saw in the annual report, the studies have shown that in the first educational stages in primary and secondary school, girls are really curious about STEM fields. They're very interested. Even my little 6-year-old came up to me the other day and said she did robotics with a program, and well, she was thrilled. So these pre-teens The pre-team period is different, though. Sometimes they get a little more scared and they decide to give up these fields, these STEM fields. So HP Code Wars is a wonderful opportunity to show girls that they can do it just as well as, or even better, than boys. In fact, they were the ones who won the last edition. But not only that, when we actually go there in person, they see how much fun they're having, and the girls realize they fit in with boys and they don't feel different. So that's one of the most important aspects of HP Code Wars. Tony, what happened last year? It was the second prize was also for girls. And remember, HP Code Wars has prizes, has awards, and one thing that girls need is rewards, particularly for girls who are a little bit reluctant or reticent. Well, the idea of going to the States with as a reward they would get latest generation laptops. Well, it gets more girls to go into the competition. For me, it's not a physical reward. For me, the reward is for girls realizing they can do it and they enjoy it. I'm going to let my students, Lucia and Raquel, tell you themselves what HP Code Wars meant to them and how it influenced what they decided to study. Well, we didn't know what we wanted to do, but and when we were in our secondary school, we were looking at science, but we weren't interested in biology or humanities, so we thought, what could we do? We were seeing there was engineering, and we thought maybe something technical, or we wanted to see what it was all about. Tony told us about programming, and we thought, we're not so bad at it. And particularly, it was very satisfying when the programs came out well. It was something completely new for us, too. We weren't used to it, so that was also appealing. Another thing Tony did was tell us about the HP Code Wars initiative. He told us it was an opportunity to have fun, learn, and to test ourselves. He encouraged us to sign up, and we created a team of 3 girls, Raquel, a friend of ours, and myself. In the beginning, we were a bit concerned. We were afraid we wouldn't fit in or be good enough, but Tony convinced us. We participated in the virtual edition, even though we weren't able to be in that kind of experience you saw in the video. It was also very exciting and very challenging. We were second in the girls category, which was really exciting, and we didn't expect it at all. In fact, we realized then that that's what we had to do. Somebody wanted us to be there. Someone was behind that, or something. And all of the questions in high school about what to do were resolved because we then knew we wanted to do something related to programming. It wasn't just ruling things out that you really hated, but we were really excited about discovering this new world and learning more about it. We're currently studying IT careers at the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, data engineering and so forth, and artificial intelligence. This is someplace where there's a disproportion of men to women. This is why we need more teachers like Tony, and in particular more initiatives such as the HP initiative. So if you ask me, what did HP mean for me? I could say it's responsible for me being where I am today.
Bueno, yo solo quiero acabar.
I just wanted to end saying that regardless of the award from the Congress, there's also an award for us in seeing that they've chosen something that they're really passionate about and that they're really happy with. And we're also very happy because of that. Thank you.
Empezamos fuerte, Cristina.
Bien, sí.
So that was a strong start, Christina, yeah. We need more teachers like Tony, and we need more initiatives like the HP one. So thank you, Anna, Tony, Raquel, Lucia, for your talk. And we're going to push on now because time is of the essence. So we're now moving on to the second project, which is the GFT Women Tech project. Nuria Mirfon, who is the executive director of GFT in Spain, and Pilar Bello, who's the training director and professional development and DEI at the company. Good luck to you all. Firstly, thank you to everyone. Good morning to everyone. I'm very proud to be with you here and very happy to be here as well. As has been said, I am Nuria. I'm the director of the Women Tech program. I wanted to speak about the whys and wherefores of this program. Why did we kickstart this? In GFT, quite often we're looking for candidates for technological elements and looking at things for the press, for TV, and we don't find the right candidates. I went on the TV a couple of times, but there's no competition. We don't have the candidates. We don't have feminine talent in GFT. But, of course, there really is. So when we began to scratch harder below the surface, we were able to pinpoint this talent. What we saw was that the young women didn't really want to put themselves on a pedestal in that way. To really get up on a stage and to explain things better. But quite often, when we have our male colleagues doing this, they're very happy to get up on stage and speak about things. So we saw that there was a need for this program to help women, to empower women, this female talent we have, which is hidden. We would give them tools, advice, strength, and we drive them forward so that they felt confident enough to shine themselves and that they could share their own light with society and with the other employees in the company. It's important that we explain what's going on and how we've suffered to reach where we are. It's important for people to shine. It's important for us to have role models, not just in society. Sometimes they're absolutely key. Young girls who are being educated, they need to see role models in the press, in politics, strong women who are empowered, who fighting to have control of their careers. But above all, in companies, because if you're in a project and you're working hard and sacrificing your time, and you can see there's no other women involved with you, you get to a point where you can just throw the towel in. You can say, why am I going to sacrifice my private life and my work-life balance if I'm really not reaching out to other women? So it's important in companies to develop this culture so we can have these senior role models in companies who are there and the juniors and young women can see that they're in high-level positions as directors, as company leaders. The third important point in our program is that things don't stop when the program finishes. It needs to be a rolling process. We need to keep tabs on all these lights that have begun to shine. Quite often, for us, for women, we don't give so much importance to networking. We just go straight home at lunchtime to buy something for our kids, for example, instead of having a lunch session with our boss. Or we don't join up with other colleagues when they want to go for a beer after work because we've got other things to do. Networking for us is not work. However, in my own experience, it actually is one of the most important tasks that we do have in our work because we need to be linked up, we need to have friends, and we need to know that when we participate in certain things, we know we need to have friends in the boardroom, we need to have friends who will support our work and help us to move forward. So we're helping to connect up women here, graduates, and connecting up young people and also interconnecting them with other people throughout the company so that our senior talent, which is there, can help juniors who are rising up if they need advice, if they've had a problem with a masculine colleague, a male colleague, for example, or if they just feel a bit lost, or just give them a shoulder to cry on sometimes. Having said this, I'll now pass the floor to Pilar to talk more in detail about the programme. So you can see Nuria's passion here for our project, and I'll now flesh out things a bit more. And here you can see on the screen the pathway for a Women Tech programme. We combine modules which are very practical with individual sessions of mentoring. Said sessions are led by expert people in GFT, not just in giving presentations to big audiences, but also people who are experts in mentoring, because it's vital to have self-esteem fully supported in all of our employees, and we combine the different sessions together. I should say as well that we've had 3 national level editions and 3 more international. And I think we can say that the added value of this programme really lies in the change that we're generating in our women tech. Here we can see one of our participants. It's a change on a personal level, but also on a professional level. Our colleague Veronica Texido, who is here with us today. You can see what she says here on the screen. Nuria also touched upon a few other points. It's important for people to make the first step and to begin to make presentations, to actually work in external events as well and become reference points out there in the world. Furthermore, as I said, we've done about 6 or 7 international sessions. In Spain, we began things and we rolled out more and more. We had a pilot firstly last year on an international level with Germany, Switzerland, Costa Rica, the US. It was so successful that in 2023 our aim has been to stretch out the programme to the rest of the companies where we have a footprint as GFT. We've also began to encourage our women to actually get out there and become involved in events. As you can see, we're participating in external and internal events, and some of our women colleagues have now begun to write their own technical articles as well. So anything that I can tell you, or Nuria can tell you, can go just so far in terms of transmitting our women tech, women's passion. But here the video will show you more.
The Women Tech Mentoring Programme, designed for GFT women in technology who are eager to bolster their career and become industry leaders. The aim is to provide these women with the resources and support they need to become great communicators. By participating in talks and contributing to the media and other platforms, they will become future community leaders. Mentors, technology experts, women leaders. They will inspire and support other women to achieve greater visibility. Pursue new challenges, experiences, fight for them. That's how great success begins. We are more than technology.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, habéis clavado el tiempo, 10 minutos.
10 minutes we said, and you've used 10. Well done. Thank you very much. So, Cristina, we'll move on to our third candidate. So we can see we have Serena Perez, who is the Principal Account Cloud Engineer, and Nuria Rabantos, the Project Director at Oracle Consulting. Please come up and present this business initiative to us, which is called Oracle Women Leadership España. We're all really interested to hear what you have to say to us about this exciting project. Good luck to you. They need 2 chairs, so let's get them the chairs, please. It's important for you to be comfortable making your presentation. We're moving things around here all the time, so here you are. Oh, meanwhile, actually, they can get started now. I feel less tense if I'm actually sitting down. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to the Women's STEM conference for Oracle. It's a real pleasure to be here and to explain to you this Women Leadership Oracle initiative, which aims to make visible and to develop female talent and to focus on STEM disciplines where we need more and more women. I joined Oracle 4 years ago. When I heard about this project, I thought, wow, that's amazing. If a company is really giving this support to women, even if it's working outside working hours, but to give good support to initiatives for women in a disinterested manner, putting together networking, having social initiative projects outside the company and also projects inside the company, I thought it was amazing. The local initiatives, for example, that we do here in Barcelona, also in Madrid, in Malaga. Nuria, you've been involved right from the start in the program and you've been involved a lot more. So I'd like you to present this initiative, which is really our flagship, the one we started out to make this movement, and we've now closed the circle, as you'll see soon. In Oracle Spain, we feel very proud of this. The social impact initiatives in 2017, we began Oracle for Teachers, Oracle for Girls rather, and Oracle for Girls is an initiative which organises workshops for girls on Saturdays, technical ones, for girls aged between 4 and 16 years of age, and also for their parents. So we give the parents a chat and we explain to them the future the girls have in front of them in STEM. And it's important that there is awareness of this right now and also through their education pathway. We've undertaken many workshops in a range of Spanish cities, 23 on-site and 20 online during the pandemic. It's a real impact seeing the emotion which these girls feel when they undertake the workshop and how proud the parents are. It's really great to see that. As you say, it's really great to see the girls, sometimes for the first time, getting curious, touching things and looking at the technology and the science which we make available. We can really whet their appetites for becoming more involved in STEM degrees in the future. We continue with these developments then. The next group, Oracle for Teachers. 2 years later, with a colleague, we launched this program. We're doing this outside the school working time, but we should actually get involved in school time because we should ensure that there's equality of conditions for boys and girls. We have to create and train and help teachers like Tony that we saw earlier, because we saw that the girls are really happy with STEM and they're prepared for it, and enable the teachers to be able to get the message across better. Training for teachers and also to accompany them during the school year with the different projects we have involved, 80 different schools in Catalonia, and we looked at robotics with a microbit panel. We also looked at how to deal with bias and to ensure that there's inclusiveness, and to ensure that girls and boys are not treated differently, that technology is for everyone. Last year, we did Oracle for Teachers in Madrid, and we're speaking with the Junta de Andalucía in Andalucía, their regional government, to carry forward projects there as well. And now Selena will talk about a social impact project which has gone even further than inspiring. Those of you who were here last year in the STEM Women Congress, we already spoke about this. We hadn't launched it at that point, but it's an initiative which really has me really in love with it. Maria Ángeles Fernández has been in charge of it, and she said to me, let's put together a new project in which we train 20 women who lost their jobs due to the pandemic, who are suffering exclusion or who have very little working hours. We'll help them to reinvent themselves. All we can do from Oracle is to use technology, obviously, but she asked me if I wanted to get involved, and I said I'd love to, of course I would. The first edition we did in the pandemic had 20 young women involved. Many of them didn't know anything about technology. It was a really incredible experience. I helped one of the girls, especially in this first project, because she really didn't know anything at all, but she learned in leaps and bounds. A lot of effort she put in. Of the 20 women who got involved, 17 are now working in technology, because the wonderful thing about the project is not just training them and helping them, but actually offering them at the end of the pathway a job. And we have partners who help us to do this, who help us to find jobs for the women. This year we're running the second edition. There's a bigger challenge here. We've got 45 women involved, and I'm a mentor of the database studies group. And really, I don't have words to say how we feel in terms of our happiness when the girls and the women come through the project. To get a certificate in technology and Oracle is not easy. So when we explain the initiative at the outset, you can see that people are a bit put off, as it were, but they put a lot of effort in, and with the good work my colleagues do as well, we're able to move on and really help them progress towards that. Here we'll see a video which explains it.
Y yo necesitaba dar un giro a mi carrera profesional, pero realmente no sabía cómo.
Vi que ahí ya tenía por fin una posibilidad, ¿no?, de adentrarme en el sector de las tecnologías.
No, yo partía de cero.
Es como lanzarte al abismo y empezar algo que da pánico.
Ya de la euforia pasé un poco al... Y dije, pues sí que me interesa. No sé lo que es una IP, no sé lo que es una VPN, no sé lo que es un LS.
Y nos hemos visto muy arropadas por todo el equipo de Oracle desde el primer día. No nos han dejado venirnos abajo.
Aparte de nuestras compañeras, ¿no?, de mis compañeras, que al final éramos un equipo.
Y una calidad humana para mí es lo más importante.
Un reto importante en mi carrera profesional y el poder dar un giro de 180 grados a mi carrera.
Hay que vivirlo. Ahora que el Remencatec hay que vivirlo. Para mí es cambio.
porque las mujeres, si queremos, podemos.
Es más, podemos incluso ser mejores, solamente tenemos que confiar en nosotras mismas.
Gracias a vosotros por eso, por cambiarme la vida.
Gracias por creer en nosotras. Cada día aprendo algo nuevo y entonces esto, la verdad que me han dado esa oportunidad. Para mí es un cambio, pero para mucho mejor, por supuesto.
It's really emotional seeing all this, and it's exciting because we do these social impact projects, but also we work for our women new entrants into the company. As we were saying before, when you entered a technological company, you really felt quite alone. However, now the female networking has finally become fashionable, and we want to help the new entrants to Oracle to be able to become more visible and to get more involved. So we have purpose-based mentoring, we have networking, not just with Oracle women, but also Oracle families. On 11th of October, we ask the fathers and mothers who work in the company to get their kids to do a picture of how they saw themselves in the future. The idea here was to mobilize the company, to mobilize women and men, and also girls, because the future is theirs, as we were saying in the video, and STEM is an option for everyone. Furthermore, in all these initiatives, a really important thing that we realized is important that we involve our male colleagues, who are those who are fathers. We're all in society together, and we all have to be involved. There's no father who doesn't want his daughter to do well, so let's get them involved as well. And just to end then, these are initiatives, certain of them will work alone, but we want to join up with other partners on other projects to work together with some of you here, to Women Startup Challenge, for example, Women Leader Tech, Women Global Summit in Madrid, which we'll be involved in. We try to be where we're able to be, doing what we can. We have a wonderful future, and we can really give back to society what we have received from it. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Serena.
Thank you, Serena, Nuria, for that presentation. How interesting. All of these initiatives. This is going to be a hard choice. It's going to be tough. Well, we have two left. Now the fourth. Well, this is getting harder, and we're also very short of time, so we're going to, well, we're a little bit behind time, as I say, but we're going to go ahead with the fourth, which is Capgemini Foundation, Flow to the Future. Oscar Codon, Director of the Capgemini Foundation. Would you please come here to just talk about the fourth project? We have 10 minutes to convince everyone here, and also everybody who's online. I'll do my best. First of all, I want to congratulate STEM Women Congress for these 5 years. It's a consolidated, you're a wonderful example to follow for so many of us. And it's just the beginning for you. I'm really delighted to know that you're continuing internationally as well. The first question is, why do we need change in a digital world we're living in We need you. We need women's talent to avoid the biases that continually are appearing and which, unfortunately, mean that a lot of technologies are mainly generated by men. There's some 120 empty positions to be filled. Can you imagine? We'd like at least half of those, 50%, to be for women and girls who are studying these technologies now. In Capgemini, the idea is that by 2025, 40% of talent would be women. This is a real goal, one that is very important today and that we're working on in Capgemini's foundation, which is the only not-for-profit foundation worldwide in this regard. And in our foundation, we are stressing work with boys and girls in primary and secondary school. But we know we can't do this on our own, which is why we have this platform, Flow to the Future. The main objective of the platform is to really highlight that education is the main value. I'm saying highlight in capital letters, to educate children, mothers, fathers, everyone. But we knew we couldn't do it on our own, so at the same time as we had Flow to the Future, we created a stakeholder network. We wanted everybody to be involved. You are all, men and women, important, essential for the education of our boys and girls. So we wanted to include schools, university student companies and administrations, but also really include families who are a decisive factor. We'll see more about that later. This is an initiative only in Spain. We are in 21 provinces and 11 semi-autonomous communities. The idea is next year to continue with this project. It began, in fact, in 2017, with the same time as the STEM Women Congress got started. But what are we doing here? Well, we have a holistic vision of things. We start by planning. At the macro level, we look at strategy. We have inspiration as well. We look at what is absolutely necessary if we want to have an impact on girls and boys. We have to go from macro to from the large to the small scale, macro to micro. In the strategic plan, we have a board. We want everybody participating. In the stakeholder network, we have companies, universities, and schools, but also public administration, regardless of the political party in power. And also from the tertiary and secondary tertiary sector, we hear about education in the classroom, but when we talk about education with capital E, we're interested in what's happening outside of the classroom. It's so important. And in the last meetings of the advisory board, we created a specific list for upskilling and enhancing science careers amongst women. The second project is a think tank focusing on our students. They're the ones who are at the center. They're raising their misgivings and asking questions and telling us what they want to hear. We support them and try to give them visibility. This morning we were hearing about the importance of networking, but not only networking amongst ourselves in business or in the third sector, but also tertiary sector, but also them, for these students. Meetings, we have quarterly at the national level. A third major program in Flow to the Future is the families. How many times have we heard about ideas that travel from one to another. Nobody is actually the only one who's right. We all have our fears and our concerns. What we try to do is, boys, girls, parents, and teachers, together with the business world, we try to ask questions, see where trends are going, and spread knowledge. We've done this both in person and online because we feel it's important to expand this to all sectors. The fourth program with respect to inspiration was the need for role models, women role models. From the very earliest ages, girls could be inspired by them. And these have to be tangible with engagement in this area. So we've tried this out and didn't always work. We had these major role models, but there was not much empathy with these girls. And so what we've been doing and what we're most proud of is that the role models are our volunteers. Every week in all of the provinces that you saw listed there at the beginning, we have talks, workshops, and classwork in the classroom, not only with girls and boys. From the very start, it was clear to us that we want to enhance women in STEM, but thinking of women and men, well, and also people. We have those who are in risk of social exclusion, but also including boys in this.
Entraríamos en la acción en estos tres últimos programas.
In our three programs, the idea is to have competitions. Every year we have competitions. Last week we had a digital hackathon, and 4 schools from Seville and Madrid won the award. And now we're having another that will conclude on December 13th. The idea is not just to give awards. The idea is, well, of course, in the beginning, nobody got an award, and we realized that it was important to give awards too, but they are not even aware of all the experience and knowledge you're taking away, and that's the real award. And finally, we have over 2,500 students participated, and girls made up 55% of all of those. These are challenges, social challenges linked to to the SDGs, social development initiatives, sustainable development initiatives. What we don't want is for this to end here. So we created a project incubator last year, and we're supporting students in those areas of knowledge that they need in order to make their projects a reality. We know that some projects will come into being, others won't, but the purpose is to keep learning. It's not about failing or making mistakes. That's not a big deal. Flow to the future is mainly making sure that women talent and girls are promoted, particularly those in risk of social exclusion. We know that 25% of the population are at risk of social exclusion, but we can't do it alone. We work with Red Cross, the Association for the Blind, and Save the Children to help boys and girls who are all excited as those who don't have disabilities and or who aren't in difficult situations. So we want to treat them exactly the same. We're also working in hospitals with children who are in hospital for long-term stays, because it's a way to help not only them, but their families. So the impact in these 5 years, well, we've had over 20,000 boys and girls, over 50% are girls, over 350 activities were carried out. And here I really want to give our enormous thanks to our volunteers, both men and women. We've heard about the need for role models. Unfortunately, I think all of us know about the famous Matilda effect, what we call the Matilda effect. There are many women who have not been able to shine, who have not gotten visibility for the work and for their successes they've carried out. This STEM Women Congress is a clear example of giving visibility to women's talent. I wasn't able to bring all of the women who were participating, but I wanted to give you a few images.
Creo que hay menos interés en las carreras STEAM por las chicas por los estereotipos. Desde pequeños hemos estado condicionados y esas ideas se han transmitido en la familia, en los juguetes y los compañeros.
Creo que a nuestra edad todavía no se nota mucha diferencia, pero a medida que crecemos se nota más, ya que en algunos trabajos siempre valora a la mujer, ya sea con menos salario o con menos posibilidades de llegar a altos puestos.
En mi caso opté por un itinerario científico, por la vocación e interés que sentía en la rama desde muy pequeña y por el deseo profesional.
Creo que para que las chicas se interesen más, deberían dar más charlas en los colegios y que las clases de biología sean un poco más interactivas.
Creo que hay menos interés de las chicas hacia las carreras de ciencias porque desde pequeñas nos han hecho creer que estamos menos capacitadas y sigue habiendo muchos perjuicios.
La educación, sin duda, parte de las familias, ¿no? Y la vocación o el estímulo que reciben los hijos pues, está muy influenciado por los padres, ¿no? En mi caso, yo creo que lo fundamental es que yo no distingo género en casa. O sea, a mí me da igual que sea niño o niña. Y yo creo que eso también es muy importante, ¿no? Que ellos vean que ahí no hay distinción.
Para disminuir la brecha de género hace falta mejorar la empleabilidad de las mujeres en entornos de trabajo digital y aumentar así el número de mujeres profesionales en los ámbitos tecnológicos. Pero nosotros pensamos que será muy difícil erradicar la brecha de género sin erradicar antes la brecha digital. Y para ello pues hay que superar importantes retos relacionados principalmente con la accesibilidad y la alfabetización digital, sin dejar de lado las actuaciones en materia de sensibilización y de empoderamiento.
Bueno, sin duda, esas referentes que veíamos al inicio.
The role models we saw, with the Matilda effect, is very clear. I hope that in the future, many of these children, these girls who participated in the initiatives we've been hearing about all morning, will become those women who will have a positive impact for diversity in society, and particularly the tech sector, because it's so needed. The future is something we have to build. Nobody will do it for us. And being together today in this ecosystem, working together hand in hand with STEM Women Congress, we're going to achieve this goal of having a more diverse, inclusive society and no longer go back to those examples of Matilda that we saw earlier. I want to thank you all and have a great day.
A la última de las candidaturas.
We're reaching the last project. We want to remind you that when we finish, you can vote for who you think should be the winner. Here we don't have very good Wi-Fi coverage. If need be, you can connect to a SADE guest. And otherwise, during the break, I think outside you have more coverage. And you'll have 10 minutes in the coffee break to vote. Well, we're a bit behind, so we're not going to have much time for coffee, but you'll have time to vote for sure. Well, here we come with the fifth project. It's the last, but certainly not the least. It might end up being the first. Where is Ainoa Irure, Europe Talent Acquisition and Mobility Vice President for Schneider Electric? She will be giving us her project, telling us about her project. You have 10 minutes. Good luck, best of luck, and we're all ears. Is everything okay? Fine. Up to you. Hi, everyone. He took the words out of my mouth, and being the last isn't always the best, but I am very proud anyway, because all of those who preceded me have some wonderful projects and examples. So it fills me with hope. I love this. I want to begin by congratulating these type of project, congratulate people for this type of project. And I say that I am the face of a project that is based on a purpose, on activism, and on networks and the volunteers who make it possible. I'm here, I'm the face of this, but there's a lot of people in the background working on this. Some of the people on the team are here, Noah, Eva, Marta, and it's not so much about, what we want to say, but we want you to take a little bit of each of us away with you. So the question was, what could we give you to take away? What we wanted to do, as always, was support what's unique about each of us and create a framework so that each and every one of us can grow and be great as the unique individuals we are. So this is the framework. Who are we in our diversity? We wanted to have a 360-degree holistic approach which included everything. Our aspiration was to be the most inclusive company and the one that took the greatest care of all of our employees, men and women, especially after the COVID, but because we feel each of them is unique and because this isn't fashionable or something that has to be, we're supposed to do, but because it's important. We have innovation, disruption, and so much more. And when you have people in your company from so many places, it's an impact later on society. And I think what we're doing is giving back what society has given us. And as large companies, we must lead the change and be exemplary in the transformation. And obviously, gender is the most visible part of this. This journey for diversion, equity, equality, and inclusion began some 18 years ago for us. In 2006, we implemented our first public remote working policy. Just imagine, for 18 years, we've been doing this. In Spain, in Portugal, we've been able to work from home in different formats. Internally, we in Spain and Portugal with the company, also internationally, have included in diversity and inclusion in training that we give. There's no point in having it being very diverse with lots of women if there's no respect for each other. So that's important too. So inclusion is a really important aspect, and of course it goes back to what the UN has asked for us to aim at. Well, look here. This slide I've used a lot. Be agents for change. We are activists. We define ourselves as activists for diversity. What do we have here? Well, we have a purpose to generate vocations and avocations and generate long-term relationships. We take care of our people, supporting them in their lives because these are individuals, people, not just professionals, and we also make them visible. we want these people to be able to develop their career with us, and then the results include recognition and awards from the external market. But that's not the reason we do it. How do we begin? Well, we do it by generating vocations, thanks to a wonderful group of men and women volunteers. In 2018, we created the Lescon engineering initiative for children aged 11 and 12 in different regions and schools, telling them what was important about technology, robotics, and programming. And people who work with us share their time, they give of their time. It's amazing, it's awesome. And these children, boys and girls, work on this, and they say, well, aren't the Schneider people coming this year? Well, I want to thank all of the people from Schneider who make this possible. And increasingly, we're going to more regions and more schools. We can't go everywhere because, well, this is in addition to our regular work. But the educational initiative, what it does is create relationships, long-term relationships with schools, vocational training and universities. Also, all trades and tech trades, programming, robotics is so necessary. And also we create vocations and long-term relationships with foundations for women who've been subject to abuse, or women who are in difficult situations, who are also part of the evolution I'm telling you about. So when girls come to Schneider, women come to Schneider, we try to make things easier. Each of us has our own life, and in addition to working, we want people, or girls, young men and women, to be able to have a sabbatical or a holiday when you need, or if you want to work remotely in the afternoon instead of or in the morning, if you have a baby, on 1 week or the other. And the idea is to be flexible, to have the focus be on people so that there's a work-life balance, empowering people to make the decision and decide by talking with your manager, figuring it out, and people can then choose you as a company because they want to work with you. And we try to think of how to promote women talent in our company so they can develop and undergo this change. Well, we have a wonderful initiative called Open Labor Market, or Open Talent Market, and public. We have this market, open market, is well, it's open to everybody, and I applied to it myself, and that's why I'm here today. And in fact, once you've been in the company for a year, nobody can really stop you. And this is really important for us as women for change. It's an opportunity to connect with people throughout the world. In addition to your own work, you can spend 15% of your time with people from other areas in the world to make women's talent more visible globally, regardless of where you are. So the company, it's a win-win for the companies and for us as women. There are many women here together who in 2017, 2018 worked with us to create this in Schneider, and they're very proud. We were a sponsor, but there were over 350 women who were those who made sure the wheels turned. And we are, in fact, we are the first community in Schneider Electric of women worldwide. These are women who networked inside, but also outside of the company. That's the power of community. These women organize events. There's going to be one next week on the 29th. You can all connect remotely and with other women from other companies as well. We have events, streaming, in most cases. talent, when it's combined with other talents, is multiplied. I wish this were mine, this quote, but I think this is a summary of what we've talked about in this unique life project we're trying to offer all women, of course men as well, who join us in Schneider Electric. And the thing is, we're all different. I'm different from you, you're different from me, and that's what's important, treating people as being unique. It says here in the quote, I'm not different from you, I'm different like you. So whether it's a woman or a man, regardless of their qualities or where they're from. I know I'm the last person to speak. There's a role model for me, who's my 98-year-old grandmother who died 5 years ago. She started working at the age of 6 in a little village in the Pyrenees. And she said 2 things to me that whenever I go to women's events, I repeat because it's so important. First, be independent, financially independent to decide your own life. Second, if you don't find your place in one company, you'll find it in another. The important thing is to choose. Thank you all.
Sí, bueno, pues...
Thank you, Ainhoa. So it's practically 12 o'clock now, which was when we should be finishing our coffee break. Does that mean we won't have any? No, I don't think so, but we do need to go more quickly as we can, so that we have time for a little bite to eat and a coffee. So the QR is here on the screen. This is basic to enable you to vote. If you connect to the QR, just 1 minute. Once you've captured the code, you can vote for the one which you like the most of the 5, using the Wi-Fi of ESADE Guest and registering with your own email. 3 important things here. I've seen that there's a lot of people who have been in the corridors, but there is room upstairs in the auditorium as well. There are chairs up there, so you could go and sit up there as well on the balcony. So after the coffee, I invite you to please go there. So there are 2 places for our coffee break. You don't have to be in the downstairs part, you can be upstairs as well. There was a big queue for accreditation downstairs as well. And we were doing networking then as well, obviously. But we need to be agile then and use our space as well. 20 past 12 then, please, everyone back here. Enjoy your coffee. Thank you.
Gracias, Mar.
Connecting industries to society, and finally we aim to create positive long-term impact by employing high safety and quality standards across all our operations. Sustainable storage solutions for everyday life.
Muran Partners es una consultora de selección especializada en perfiles cualificados, mandos intermedios y directivos. Nos definimos como una consultora de estilo boutique. Significa trato personalizado, cercanía, ser conscientes de las necesidades de nuestro cliente, ya no solamente con el perfil que nos está demandando, sino también con el equipo de trabajo a esta persona, así como el proyecto de negocio que tiene la compañía a corto, medio y largo plazo. En Muran Partners nos ponemos en la piel de nuestros clientes. Nuestros consultores están especializados en la gestión global e integral de los procesos de selección, desde la toma de requerimientos hasta el acompañamiento de la persona que se incorpora a la compañía para confirmar que tanto cliente como candidato están contentos con el nuevo reto profesional que tienen por delante. En Muran Partners tenemos muy claro que no somos recruiters, somos consultores, es decir, no presentamos nunca cantidad de candidatos, sino calidad, aquello que nuestro cliente necesita, y lo sabemos porque encajan tanto en formación como experiencia, como en herramientas de uso, así como en la cultura y valores de la compañía en la que van a trabajar. Estamos especializados en perfiles de ciertas áreas, como ingeniería, tecnología digital y negocio. La especialización es importante porque nos da el conocimiento y el know-how más técnico de estas posiciones para entender bien el perfil, de qué trabaja, cuál es su formación, qué experiencia tiene que tener, qué herramientas de uso debe dominar, pero a la vez es muy importante entender el foco de negocio y cuál es su cometido dentro de la compañía. En Muran Partners siempre hemos estado muy comprometidos con la igualdad de oportunidades de las mujeres en los sectores STEM, colaborando estrechamente con organizaciones como el STEM Women Congress desde sus inicios.
Work. It's something you do. And it used to be somewhere you went every day. For some, it still is. But for many, there's something different about work. It's changing. But with changes come challenges. Limitations in access to colleagues and documents. Office setups built to fit an old reality. Disrupted workflows. Not enough room for new ideas. Digital security concerns. Poor cloud solutions. Failing to meet new customer demands. The list goes on. But it doesn't have to. At Ricoh, we are in the business of leading change. Our vision is to create a seamless digital workspace experience. But to achieve this, you need a clear direction. One that empowers people and enables employee engagement to realize innovation, drive sustainability, and protect valuable business assets. And it all starts with adding the right value. Imagine always having seamless access to the technology and information you need, no matter where or how you're working. And at the same time, not having to think about security threats because data and information are effectively guarded. Imagine automating manual, repetitive processes to free up time, boosting productivity and creativity. Securely powered by a cloud solution that is flexible, energy efficient, and easy to access. And imagine how customized digital tools can help you deliver first-class customer service. We have a strong legacy of pioneering new and better ways of working, from printing solutions to our broad portfolio of digital services, taking the lead on positive change that unleashes human potential through the power and opportunity of technology, leading fulfillment, leading human potential, leading change at work.
A de adrenalina, B de boiler, born, C de captain, D de design, E de electric, F de formentor, de flash forward, G de go, 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 H de héroe, I de impulso, J de jet lag, K de keep working, L de love it or hate it, M de meta hype, N de nihuera, O de obsesión, P de performance, Q de qué cute, R de Raval y de Rosalía también. S de si no lo entienden, ya lo entenderán. T de Terramar, de Tabascan, de Unstoppable, V de Veloz, W de Wow, X de Extreme, Y de You, y Z de Thick, de Zack, y de Thick Tack. Cupra.
Por un mundo con más igualdad de oportunidades, Bremen STEM Women Congress. Nosotros estaremos. ¿Y tú?
Un Tech Talent no es como ninguno de nosotros. Parecen normales, pero no lo son. Son de ese tipo de personas que cuando escuchan Python, lo primero que viene a su cabeza no es fácil. Que Java para ellos tiene otro significado diferente que para los pobres mortales. Solo con verles gestionar se te ponen los pelos de punta, por no decir cuando se ponen en modo reinventar el futuro, cómo programan o cómo piensan. Son una mezcla entre un Messi de la programación, una Rosalía de la tecnología y un David Muñoz de la gestión de proyectos. Por eso hemos creado un entorno donde su talento y su capacidad crecen, evolucionan, se desarrollan. Aquí encontrará diversidad. Un equipazo de Tech Talents con más de 36 nacionalidades. Da igual su origen, si practica el veganismo, el rafting. Lo importante es lo que un Tech Talent hace en GFT. Le estamos esperando con un ambiente familiar y muy creativo, donde trabajará en proyectos transformadores que le llevarán al límite y sacarán lo mejor de su talento. Ah, por cierto, un Tech Talent puede trabajar desde nuestra oficina, su casa, así de fácil y cómodo. Queremos que estar aquí sea sinónimo para ti de sentirte cuidado, de tener calidad de vida, crecimiento. ¿A qué esperas? Únete a nosotros en 3, 2, 1, ya. Tech Talents. GFT.
Es nuestra misión, mover el mundo. Ayudar a la sociedad a ir hacia adelante para ampliar fronteras, para llegar a esos lugares que antes nos parecían tan lejanos, para conocer, conectarnos, ampliar horizontes, el mundo. ¿Quién no necesita todo eso? ¿Quién no sueña con llegar más lejos? En Avertis, queremos ayudar a impulsar ese movimiento, contribuyendo al progreso de la sociedad. Abriendo las puertas a nuevos negocios, nuevos proyectos, cuidando de ti durante el camino y poniendo a tu servicio la última tecnología en seguridad vial, para hacer que cada viaje sea más seguro, sabiendo que detrás de cada kilómetro se encuentra el esfuerzo de miles de personas que trabajan para hacer de cada trayecto una experiencia única. Miles de personas que cuidan el entorno, innovando en tecnologías e invirtiendo en programas de ingeniería inteligente que construyen un futuro sostenible. Y así, en Avertis, contribuimos a que el mundo se mantenga en ese movimiento constante que nos hace crecer, avanzar. Avertis, cumplimos nuestros compromisos.
Somos Celsa Group, el primer productor de acero circular de bajas emisiones líder en Europa y con más de 120 centros de trabajo. Producimos acero en hornos de arco eléctrico a partir del reciclaje de materiales férricos. ¿Sabías que más del 97% del material es reutilizado y todos nuestros productos son reciclables infinitas veces? La sostenibilidad, la circularidad y la innovación forman parte de nuestro ADN y juegan un papel clave en nuestra estrategia. Además, nos hemos propuesto ser net positive en 2050 y en 2030 haber reducido en un 50% nuestras emisiones de CO2 de alcance 1 y 2. Porque estamos comprometidos con el medio ambiente y con las personas. Nuestros clientes son la gran apuesta de valor y la mayor garantía de continuidad y éxito. Su apoyo a lo largo de más de 50 años nos ha permitido seguir creciendo para convertirnos en una gran compañía referente del sector y con proyección de futuro. Continuamos con nuestro objetivo de ser globales y locales a la vez. Nos sentimos cerca de nuestras comunidades porque nuestro acero está presente en cualquier ámbito de la vida de las personas y en nuestras ciudades. Desde puentes, carreteras, edificios, barcos, aviones, hasta en la industria energética y del automóvil. Todo ello no sería posible sin el espíritu y talento de nuestras personas. Contamos con cerca de 10.000 profesionales que cada día entregan lo mejor de sí mismos, mostrando su honestidad, humildad, perseverancia creativa, enfoque innovador, trabajo en equipo y pasión. Ese es el espíritu Celsa que se manifiesta en todo lo que hacemos allá donde estamos. La innovación es otro de los factores que nos guía junto a la digitalización. Por eso invertimos en ella para avanzar y buscar la excelencia en la gestión de las operaciones y de la energía. Aceleramos la transición hacia una economía circular mediante la disrupción en las cadenas de valor en las que participamos. Y es que en Celsa Group somos lo que hacemos y nos encanta hacerlo. Queremos liderar la transformación circular y queremos ser parte del cambio. Hagámoslo juntos. Let's lead the circular transformation.
Cepsa Rubis Terminal is a service company in the industrial sector with footprint in ports with a logistics area. We connect industries with people through safe, sustainable storage solutions. We preserve essential products in sustainable ways. we are an independent leader in the storage of industrial liquid bulk products. We are committed to providing flexible, reliable and responsible solutions for our clients, connecting industries to society. And finally, we aim to create positive long-term impact by employing high safety and quality standards across all our operations. Sustainable storage solutions for everyday life.
Moran Partners es una consultora de selección especializada en perfiles cualificados, mandos intermedios y directivos. Nos definimos como una consultora de estilo boutique. Significa trato personalizado, cercanía, ser conscientes de las necesidades de nuestro cliente, ya no solamente con el perfil que nos está demandando, sino también con el equipo de trabajo a esta persona, así como el proyecto de negocio que tiene la compañía a corto, medio y largo plazo. En Moran Partners nos ponemos en la piel de nuestros clientes. Nuestros consultores están especializados en la gestión global e integral de los procesos de selección, desde la toma de requerimientos hasta el acompañamiento de la persona que se incorpora a la compañía para confirmar que tanto cliente como candidato están contentos con el nuevo reto profesional que tienen por delante. En Moran Partners tenemos muy claro que no somos recruiters, somos consultores, es decir, no presentamos nunca cantidad de candidatos, sino calidad, aquello que nuestro cliente necesita, y lo sabemos porque encajan tanto en formación como experiencia, como en herramientas de uso, así como en la cultura y valores de la compañía en la que van a trabajar. Estamos especializados en perfiles de ciertas áreas, como ingeniería, tecnología digital y negocio. La especialización es importante porque nos da el conocimiento y el know-how más técnico de estas posiciones para entender bien el perfil, de qué trabaja, cuál es su formación, qué experiencia tiene que tener, qué herramientas de uso debe dominar, pero a la vez es muy importante entender el foco de negocio y cuál es su cometido dentro de la compañía. En Moran Partners siempre hemos estado muy comprometidos con la igualdad de oportunidades de las mujeres en los sectores STEM, colaborando estrechamente con organizaciones como el STEM Women Congress desde sus inicios.
Work. It's something you do. And it used to be somewhere you went every day. For some, it still is. But for many, there's something different about work. It's changing. But with changes come challenges. Limitations in access to colleagues and documents. Office setups built to fit an old reality. Disrupted workflows. Not enough room for new ideas. Digital security concerns. Poor cloud solutions. Failing to meet new customer demands. The list goes on. But it doesn't have to. At Ricoh, we are in the business of leading change. Our vision is to create a seamless digital workspace experience. But to achieve this, you need a clear direction. One that empowers people and enables employee engagement to realize innovation, drive sustainability, and protect valuable business assets. And it all starts with adding the right value. Imagine always having seamless access to the technology and information you need, no matter where or how you're working. And at the same time, not having to think about security threats because data and information are effectively guarded. Imagine automating manual, repetitive processes to free up time, boosting productivity and creativity. Securely powered by a cloud solution that is flexible, energy efficient, and easy to access. And imagine how customized digital tools can help you deliver.
Señoras y señores, el acto está a punto de empezar. Por favor, ocupen sus localidades y apaguen sus teléfonos móviles. Muchas gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to begin. Please take your seats and turn off your mobile phones. Thank you very much.
¿Se está sintiendo o no?
Hola, hola.
Sí, yo creo
Hola.
que ya estoy conectado, ¿eh?
Sí. Molt bé, Eva, gracias.
Muy bien, muy bien.
Gracias,
Arriba,
Eva.
arriba. Sí, señor.
Eva, thank you. So we said 20 minutes and it's actually been 33. The time has come, however, for us to find out the winners of the STEM Company Awards. Did you all manage to vote? Yeah? Anyway, the voting is closed now, so let's get going. Carol Romay, leader of Global Volunteers chapter in Spain and a freelance consultant. Carol is going to lead us through this process and tell us who has won. So we'll find out who has won, but we need people to actually make the awards, so please. Nuria Blasco, General Director of TEPSA. Carmen Moore, founder of Moore and Partners. Please come to the stage, Carmen. Also, Natalia Olsen, Growth Advisor in Human IT and Advisor in Plug and Play Tech Center. Thank you, Natalia. Georgina Commerce, Joint CEO of TN Commerce and co-founder of Commerce Tech. Thank you, Georgina. And since we have 5 awards, we need a 5th person. So we have with us Yum Yosa, who's the Vice President of the Association of Industrial Engineers of Catalonia and President of the Equality Commission. I'm looking into the audience here to see the companies. Please wave your hands, those of you who presented. Thank you. Bit nervous about this, you all. How was your coffee then? Yeah? Was it nice? Well done. Good, good. We needed that, didn't we? Okay, let's go. Enough of the niceties. Carol. Congratulations to all the candidatures. You all have a lot of interest and you're really doing things with a lot of joy and really putting everything into these projects. So the reward is public recognition, but it's your daily work on a daily basis which is making things happen. So thank you. And right now, all 5 are winners, but we do need to give the results, don't we? There has been a voting process. So the audience has decided that the first prize, Accessit, not the first prize overall, just a supplementary one, is for Schneider Electric. Please come up. So, Georgina Commerce will give the prize here. Congratulations. Thank you. Carol. So fourth place, Oracle. Congratulations. Yum Yosa will give you the prize. We'll have a photo of everyone a bit later. It's getting very exciting now. So, please can you raise your hands again, those of you who are there in the audience? So then, in third place we have... I like the way everyone is looking at me there. Flow the Future by Capgemini. Carmen Moore, founder of Moore & Partners, will make the award. Congratulations, Oscar. Well done. So we need to really get the drum roll going here now. So we're talking about our second place company. So the second place is for, I'll read it slowly. Second place is for HP Coding System, Decoding STEM Young Talent, Code Wars. Congratulations. Nuria Blasco, General Director of TEPSA, will make the award. Congratulations at HP and the students. It's your ongoing daily work is the greatest recognition. But anyway, thank you. And so our winner in first place, Woman Tech by GFT. Congratulations. Natalia Olsen, Growth Advisor in Human IT and Advisor at Plug and Play Tech Center, will make the award. So let's hear a big round of applause for all of our winners of the 5th edition of the STEM Company Awards. Let's hear it for them.
Enhorabuena a todos ellos.
Congratulations, everyone. Christina is going to be here with the winners, yeah? So we'll just get our team photo here before everyone leaves the stage. Wonderful. Round of applause for everyone again. Thank you. Congratulations. You looked surprised then. Well, yeah, we were. There's been such important projects presented here, and you feel quite small when you hear everyone. There's a bit of an imposter syndrome. Yeah. We were excited and we were happy to really be a finalist, and we've got a big team supporting us here in GFT, and we wanted to do as well as we could for them, our male colleagues and our female colleagues. Well done and congratulations.
Bueno, Chris, cambiamos de bloque ya, nos vamos.
Move on to the next part of the agenda. This is going to be the talks, which are in terms of inspiration and also other important areas. everything's been really interesting so far, but these talks are really essential. So we hope you enjoy them, and we hope that we all learn a lot from them. So we'll begin with the first one, who's going to be by Joanna Barbany, Technology Business Development Director at Michael Page. Please come up and join us, Joanna.
El café, uno, dos.
¿Escucha bien?
Ahora. Sí, ahora.
Buenos
Venga,
días.
adelante.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias de estar aquí.
Thank you for inviting me. After a few years, I've come back and I'm representing Michael Page here. I'm sure you all know the company as a human resources company. I'm going to speak a little bit about the reality of our work in terms of women and technology, and I'll talk about a few things that we do and how to get women more involved in our work. So the headlines are quite clear. Women are underrepresented both in technical positions and in leadership and positions and in boards of directors. You can see the figures up there. There's a big salary gap, which we'll go more into depth on. We're better students, we get better results, so there's more women in universities, but there are less of us in STEM degrees. Here's a summary of the percentages in terms of the different study areas over the last 5 years between 2017 and 2021. Red is women and the green is men. So you can see the figures there. And on the right-hand side of these women, the graduates that have emerged, Business 11, IT is right at the bottom, 0.9%. So what's going on here then? There's a lack of role models for them. That's something that's already come up today. If we have 40 women who can be role models for other women and for young girls, that's great. This is a positive move. In the past, women have not felt capable of doing certain things, but the empowerment agenda is really reaping rewards. Sometimes women haven't felt that certain courses are for them. So when people gain more confidence, they feel more willing to take part in certain activities and also studies, obviously. So in the labour market, only 19% of women in this area and in IT specialists, and only 23% work in ICT. Only 1 out of 5 technological positions are occupied by women. Here there's a lot of data in terms of the sectors with the biggest gaps, which you could 89% there in terms of IT equipment, machinery, industrial automation. There's a lot of women in maths, yeah, but we can see the areas on the left there where there's more of a gap. And in positions, the top 5, which you can see 7 to 93 at the top there, technical directors. Mathematics is not there. Technology, health-related areas aren't up there, so there's less gap. Data is very variable, so we have to look exactly where we're focusing. What's interesting is the gender element. If you take years of experience here in terms of the schools, over 16 or under 16, at the bottom there you can see the gaps that exist in the different age groups. You can see where we're better, but things are actually going backwards a bit in the younger age group there, which that needs to be addressed. So now we're going to look at other data in terms of the labour market. I'm talking specifically about technology. 86% sent by men and 14% only of the CVs sent in are by women. And you can see the recruitment figures there as well. We need to be more daring. If they say no to us, we'll still learn from the process. There are more men lost on the way, and women are actually kept on board quite often. You can see the different verticals there in terms of the action and development, business applications, infrastructures, and in terms of diversification and IT management. That's where there's less divide. Big data, there's actually less of a gap. In terms of business applications, there's less gap as well in terms of the curriculums that we receive. In cyber and in development, you can see the women figures there are very low. When we look at another issue, which is the salary gap, when I'm speaking about this with colleagues, when, for example, you have to ask for a reduction in the working day, or you need time off for caring duties or for parental duties, this is where we get more advantage for depending on the gender concerned. You can see the figures there and how things develop. 7,000 is not too bad, but other figures are worse. Look at the average wages there on the screen. I think it's important to look at infrastructures and security there in the middle, where we have the 23% figure less for women. If you look at the others at the bottom, I was speaking to a colleague the other day when we were talking about CTO or project manager positions or development of teams. These are positions which require teamworking skills quite often. So why are we paid less, or why do we get more in certain positions? When the customers see two customers, a woman or a man, if we ask more, we get more. So we need to ask for more because they need us as well. So that's an interesting point of view as well. What can we do to change this situation? The market needs us and the companies need us. So what can we do? Make partnerships with organizations like we're doing today, whether for profit or not for profit. Networking is really important, diversity, inclusion, important issues. This is true. Everything has to relate to the bottom line, obviously, so we need to keep this in mind. McKinsey figures in terms of more diverse companies achieve greater profitability. When there are more women in leadership positions, profits also go up. In terms of productivity and investment, that is also really, these are key issues as well in terms of working towards better profitability. When we're recruiting talent, we need to be where the companies should have a diversity interest. In terms of satisfaction and performance, satisfaction is also a key issue here. When there's more diversity in the teams, people will work in a happier way and productivity will again benefit. So we need to think outside the boxes. Forbes, the more diverse companies are, they can increase innovative tendencies by more than 19%. So diversity is fashionable, but it actually does affect the bottom line as well. So inclusive language is also important. When you see job offers, you need to feel that you belong. certain of the key elements when we're talking about job offers in artificial intelligence, the use of it. So we need to be aware of what we're doing, exactly what type of job offers we want to be putting out when we're defining specific tasks and we're asking for specific candidates. We also need to listen to people who we've recruited. We need to ask women why they felt they were able to apply for certain jobs. And specific events, specific programs in Michael Page. The SheTechs by Page group was developed by us to get more women working in the sector. We do talks in schools and for families. We developed an Iron Hack project as well, and we were looking at reskilling questions as well. Women who had basic training and could then enter this sector, who weren't previously working in the sector. So we offer grants, 10 in Madrid and Barcelona, for development and data. We had more than 1,500 applicants. There were 10 winners, as I say, for the 10 grants. They have nine weeks of training there, and they'll definitely have a job afterwards. Here you'll get two points of view from two of the women who've been involved. But what she's basically saying is she's really happy, even though we can't hear at the moment. I was told it would definitely work, but as you know, these things always happen to me. You know me anyway. So Patricia came from biogenetics, and she's now working in technology in a web developer course, and she's very, very happy. Alba, we can just about hear them now.
Hola, soy Alba y soy una de las 10 chicas buscadas por Page.
Bueno, y Alba también está muy contenta. Resumiendo, os lo voy a colgar.
Basically, yes, they're very happy. So, in the body language there you can see was... so we've got 10 women who came from... Alba was an architect, so she switched over as well, coming into data. So via reskilling and our partnerships with other companies or bodies, we can generate projects like this and get more women involved in our sector to say that the gender gap is a challenge, but it's also it's an opportunity. We will improve, and that's what we're going to do. It's an opportunity for women, but it's also an opportunity for companies. I'm not an engineer, but I'm in this sector. When you're curious, when you really want to innovate, when women really feel they can change things and they can really get involved, you'll see the benefits. It's a very interesting sector. For companies, diversity pays off. It really makes companies richer, and promoting innovation generates better results. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a ti, Joana.
That's Joana for the first talk, and now we have our second speaker, Maria Veder. She's CSO and DPO at Volkswagen Group España Distribución.
María Viade. Sí, por favor. Cuando quieras, María, gracias.
Perdonad, es que tenía que salir una voz en off, entonces...
Supposed to be hearing a voice in off screen. I'm just waiting to see a voice from behind the scenes.
El 90% de las mujeres utilizan redes sociales a diario. Las mujeres tienen un 24% más de posibilidades de sufrir ciberacoso que los hombres.
film clip is talking about women's likelihood to be a victim of cyber attacks or cyberbullying.
Son mujeres. 7 de cada 10 mujeres han cambiado sus hábitos de conducta tras sufrir acoso online.
Women have changed their behavior after being the victims of cyberbullying.
Bien, ¿sería Eva capaz de identificar?
Eva be able to identify this email as a phishing attempt? There are many risks on the internet. Phishing is one of them. It's widely used by cyber criminals to obtain banking or personal data of users by supplanting apparently authentic identities, such as a bank, social media, or some network such as, something that we see here, or a company or entity. This is supposedly from the Ministry of Health, and Eva is told that she's been chosen to receive an extra dose of COVID vaccination, and all she has to do is click on a link. Now, this phishing attempt was classic during the pandemic, but what they do is they use an excuse to send us to a fraudulent website which claim to be real institutions. Just remember that any system that enables you to use to send mails can be used to steal our personal or confidential data, whether an SMS or an email, WhatsApp, a phone call, or social media. This human factor is their way of getting sensitive information and penetrating in systems. This is what cyber criminals use, and they're constantly developing new innovative techniques, such as the OSIP, which is open source intelligence. So we did a search online to find out about Eva. We looked on open source. This is mainly social media. We put in her name and the word STEM, and this was in Google, and the first response gave us her LinkedIn profile with additional contact information. Also the information on STEM Women Congress, she's co-founder, and also her Twitter account. We also were able to download LinkedIn high-level logos. Would you be able to know that this is a phishing attempt? This is from supposedly Bertha. She says in her company a new department was created for women's development, and she'd like to be in touch with Eva to work in the future on initiatives having to do with women. And there's a link which redirects her to this LinkedIn profile. We know that this is an attack and not a mass emailing attempt, as we saw before. Here, specific content was created for the victim, which generates a feeling of trust so that Eva wouldn't hesitate to do what they ask her for in the email. Now it's getting a little bit more complex. What if ChatGPT has asked for help in this attempt? Well, even generative AI is part of our daily lives, and in a few seconds only, a fraudulent email can be generated. Here, the cybercriminal asked ChatGPT to write the text of an email indicating that it's a catering company that wants to work with STEM Women Congress. The only thing that the cybercriminal needs to do is copy the text from the email, add this QR of the beneficiary, and add the the website where they're going to get her data from, and create a logo. Here's this person, Deutsche Bank, had some data stolen with names and first names and last names.
debido a esta violación de datos, que Eva es clienta del Deutsche Bank.
Now this cyber criminal knows Eva has an account at Deutsche Bank and writes to her saying to update her data and include a link. As you know, phishing, regardless of what type it is, and always has the same objective, which is to steal personal data, whether bank data, your name, your phone or email or whatever. But the crown jewels are the credentials. Just to remember, with passwords, they can go and access all our services as though they were us and act with impunity, whether it be using our bank account or doing any other transaction. Passwords are the key to all services and our personal information. If anyone obtains them, they could invade our privacy, doing things as you see here. Just imagine a cyber criminal gets our personal email information. All of our private conversations would be made public. Also important documentation that we might have sent or received, including invoices, pay slips, and photos and videos. We can also lose access to our email if you change your email address or password. Anything attached to that account, such as Amazon, PayPal, or whatever, naturally would also be affected. What are the most widely used strategies by cyber criminals to get our passwords? Well, we can call these using brute strength or using the dictionary, where they have lists of passwords that have been published in the deep web, and they keep testing them until they reach the right one. Then a more basic one, which is a combination. They combine special characters, words, letters, and numbers. And also with algorithms, they can keep at it until they find the right passwords. This can be improved on with open source intelligence. Finding data on the person or company to add information, for example, such as the name of our partner, our children, the place we live, or our date of birth. And all of that becomes even easier if they use AI. Now, we want to give you some tricks to avoid being victim of their attachments. Your passwords, we've got a few bits of advice. First, don't use the same password for more than one service, because if your password is stolen, the cyber criminal would be able to access all of those services. Secondly, we have to change our passwords periodically. If you are the victims of password theft, your information will be exposed for less time. Finally, a robust password with at least 12 characters, using numbers, special characters, capitals, and small letters. Nothing obvious like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And also avoid using things like the name of your dog or your license plate number. One trick is to use what we call memory-based techniques. Think of a sentence and take the first letter of each of the words in that sentence. You make some of them capitals, some of them small letters, and then add a number and a special character. It will be a strong password and easier to remember. Even so, and this is where I have the fourth tip, if you have a lot of passwords, and it, of course it's difficult for us to remember all of them, it doesn't matter. It's something you can externalize to a password manager, which is a program which enables you to save them safely. All you have to do is remember a key, the master key, which will enable you to access the password manager to consult them. And before finishing my talk on password, I want to share this URL with you. If you go in here, you can see whether your personal information, including passwords, has ever been compromised and been used to steal your data. So if you are on the list, it's urgent that you make all of the changes I've mentioned. And before my colleague speaks, we have a raffle. I don't know if you've signed up for it. Raise your hand if you've signed up for it. I see a few hands up. I'm sorry. That was a QR ishing. I'm sorry to say. It's a phishing using a QR code. Don't worry. This was a sham. But this is one of those social engineering techniques which is the most widely used by cyber criminals to try to obtain our credentials. So they ask the name, email, and password. The password, which I'm sure you didn't create just for this competition, I'm sure. And your email address is of great value to a cyber criminal. And with that, I will conclude my talk. I hope we were able to help you be much more aware of all of the risks we run in our daily activities online, and also with the cyber advice you've been given, help women to be much safer online and decrease the chances of the figures for cyberbullying that we heard about. And to conclude, when you leave, you'll see this cyber crib sheet for Volkswagen, and it includes all of these tips and a few more that you can use right away.
Gracias, María. Aquí la claca.
Thank you, Maria. Send me that website, please. I didn't have a chance to write it down. Yeah, but I will be going over my passwords after hearing that. But no one won the car with the QR raffle either. That's the worst thing. Maria, it was great to listen to you. We're very vulnerable, aren't we? So we do have to be on our toes all the time in terms of looking after our privacy and our own data. Yeah, we should really have another coffee break, shouldn't we, to change all our passwords. Well, we haven't got time, we know that. And it's going to be more interesting as well listening to our next talk, which will be given by Zara Hakima, who is the CEO and founder of Global Science Transfer. Here, she's up with us now.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Gracias por venir. Thank you.
Coming. And thank you for coming from so far away.
Having me. Bon dia. Gracias per convidarmi today here. So, I think the only hack is that I will be talking in English and probably in French if you want it, or if you want me to speak French. So thanks again for having me. So I am the CEO of Global Science Transfer, and I am also a lead at Hoffmann La Roche, a pharmaceutical company, and I wanted to recognize that. So today I will be talking to you about women's, obviously, but I want to talk specifically about women's working in biology, in research, in chemistry, in physics, where we were, where we are, and where we should be in the future. Should I do that? So this is just a Snapchat to remember all of us that we have a history and we need to remember the challenges we were facing, but a number of those challenges we are still facing them. There is many challenges, but I choose to talk about 3 of them because I have been myself suffering from them as a scientist. And I will tell you more about me and why I am talking about this subject specifically. So women in research, not only biology, but all STEAM technologies, they suffer from 3 main challenges. One is having more publication, more women publishing in science as first author, but also as a last author, which means that you are the director of research. The second one is the citations. Women tend to be less having citations in the research. And the last one, but not at least, is receiving foundings. And I can tell you myself, after I did my postdoc and doctor degree in France, I went to Canada. I am coming from Canada, and it has been difficult to receive chairs of research to continue my research studies. And actually, before talking about me, about you, about the women of today, I want to recognize those many women. There is only 3 here, but there is many of them that inspired us, motivated us, and make the woman we are today. So Marie Curie, she has a special place in my heart. Jane Goodall and Rosalind Franklin. Rosalind Franklin, and I was even yesterday sending a picture to Eva because I wanted to have the DNA double helix in this presentation today. So who knows, all of you did primary school, secondary school, or maybe if you went and did a PhD or a master's degree in science, you all heard about the DNA. But when we talk about DNA, the only names we keep in mind are James Watson, Kirk, and obviously those people, those 3 men, they received a Nobel Prize. But there is a woman I want you to remember, always remember when we talk about the DNA and the genes, is actually Rosalind Franklin. Rosalind Franklin unfortunately died at the age of 38, so she wasn't able to receive the Nobel Prize, because you have to be alive to receive the Nobel Prize. But we are here today. I came from Canada to Barcelona, and I want to talk about her and recognize her, because she inspired me, and she still inspires a lot of women. Jane Goodall, someone earlier in the presentation, she said, women struggle because some women say, you know what, I have to sacrifice my life. I have to sacrifice my quality of life. I have to not see my children. I have 2 kids. I left them in Montreal for 15 days because I had to go to Paris to do business meetings. And I'm here, and I'm honored to be here in Barcelona. But I left my kids at home. They were texting me each day, and Eva knows. Eva and I, actually, we have 2 daughters, and they go to the same school in Montreal. But I am here because I want to talk, and I want to give credit to those women before talking about me. So Jan, she's a British, she spent all her life in Africa. She gave all her life to understanding the primate, the chimpanzee. We call her whisper chimpanzee. Why we do that? Because if today we're able to develop a new medicine, if today we're able to do clinical trial and studies in animals and not in humans, human rights, right? It's because of her and other women like her who sacrificed her life to understand how animals work. And obviously, the other one I want to talk about is Marie Curie. Marie Curie, as I mentioned, is important for me because Marie Curie is until today the only woman who carries Nobel Prize. So she was lucky enough actually to receive the Nobel Prize. But all of you know, we never say Marie Curie, we say Pierre et Marie Curie. You know, it's even me, sometimes I say Pierre et Marie Curie. But there is something I want you to recognize here. Marie Curie faced more than a challenge of being a woman. Marie Curie was Polish, was Jewish, and she was a woman in Paris, in France. So she had actually to go over that. It's not just about being a woman or a white woman. It's about having another religion, non-popular religion, coming from a country where maybe it's not that popular. So allow me to talk a little bit of politics or a little bit of this, but that's important. There is a number of women that suffer still today because they are black, because they are Arabic, because they are Spanish from South of America. So all of this need to be mentioned. And I want to say thank you to all of you, because all of you in your presentation today mentioned about diversity, inclusion. So that's an important part I wanted to highlight today. And we were talking about STEM women. I am amazed by Spanish women, and I want to take and work as you guys and spread the word about diversity, inclusion in Canada, but globally. Those women are very important. If you didn't saw this movie, I really invite you to see this movie. It's really a message of women who needs to wake up in the morning and they have their periods, about the women who are black, about the women that have families. It's all the struggles a woman can face. So please go and see those movies. Those movies has been a key players, three women. There is a lot we can learn from them about friendship, about supporting each other as a woman. Yes, they were black. Yes, they were the first mathematician. I mean, Dorothy Vaughan was the first black supervisor in NASA. And when she was given the opportunity actually to grow in her career, she said, no, I don't want to be a supervisor. The only way I can be a supervisor if I am taking all my black woman friends and colleagues with me to where I am going to get a promotion. Catherine Goebel is an amazing one. Go and see the movie. You will see how much she faced. She has to walk hours and hours and hours to go to the colored toilet, where the other friends' men were staying in their office, and everyone was asking her, where were you? You're late. She was the woman who put together the mathematical algorithm which allows the first USA man to go to the space. And obviously, the last and not the least, Mary Jackson was the first mathematician, first engineer in Virginia State in USA. That state didn't allow any black woman, but any black woman to go and do her engineering. But she has been smart. Those are smart women and amazing women. And I wanted to give them back their honor before we talk about all of us here in this room. They keep inspiring me again and again. Okay, here I'm very shy about talking about me, but I think I have to do it because this is how we motivate women. This little girl there is me, near Volkswagen. I didn't know that Volkswagen was recognized today, really. But I grew up in this nice place. I have been fortunate because I grew up in the south of France, but I came, I'm Mediterranean, half of my genes come from north of Africa, and I was meant to be a boy. My mom had 4 girls, and I was meant to be a boy. She was trying to have the boy because, even today, I can't hear it from, what my parents owned, because from where I come, women don't hear it. So what I had to do is to work hard, is to fight hard. But I was lucky enough because someone of you, I think it was Joanna, she said if we have the passion, if we have the love, if we have the motivated, we can actually move mountains. And it's tough to talk about myself like that, but I fought. I worked hard. I did my master's degree in Marie Curie, in Pierre-Marie Curie University. It was my inspiration, a PhD in Paris, and then I traveled overseas. And when I traveled overseas, I followed my dreams. I worked as a scientist. I joined the pharmaceutical industry. I worked with the biggest group, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Hoffman La Roche. I had all the opportunities. I started as a medical lead. I went global lead. I was an associate director. I recruited people. And I made sure that diversity was actually part of that. This is me sitting in Hoffman La Roche office in Toronto. And what you have behind me is the DNA. And this is my company. I only have 5 minutes to talk about my company. My company is all about global science transfer. So I do transfer your ideas. I take care of your ideas. I want to support women's project and all the projects that has a woman in the heart of everything. I have the best man in the world, okay? We need our men with us, right? It's because that I have my husband and he loves me and he supports me that I am here. He's at home taking care of my kids. I am not saying that we do it alone, but we do it with every one of you, and we transfer. My role, actually, if there is one take-home message for you, is if you have any idea and you want actually to go in Canada, to go to America, to go to South America, and you want to get that market, there is one person to remember, and that's myself, Zara, at Global Science Transfer. Now, what do? We take care of your innovation. We help you to put together your patent. We connect you with the researchers, with universities, with private laboratories, and then we do evaluation of project. We do like you did today. The winning project is selected, and then we can help you to get financial support, work with foundation. We heard a foundation talking earlier. So this is what we do in our company. And obviously, I want to let some people talk on my behalf.
Focused on improving the integration of medical research into healthcare settings. My role was to bridge the gap between research and healthcare practices, working to facilitate the translation of scientific findings into healthcare solutions. Global Science Transfer proved to be an invaluable partner for my work. They guided and connected me to a network of experienced professionals and researchers in Canada, helping me establish crucial collaborations. Their guidance in navigating the Canadian healthcare landscapes and opportunities was instrumental in the success of our initiatives.
So this is Minh Tan. So Minh Tan actually is origin from Vietnam. She is a scientist. She had a lot of work in diabetes, and she wanted to go to America. She wanted to work with the groups. So we mentored through Global Science Transfer TAM. We helped her to put together her research project with one multinational company in Canada, Lilly Canada, insulin company, so obviously diabetes company. So this is examples of people we helped. Obviously,
I was a
this
medical
one is
affairs
Rudy.
professional, new to oncology and breast cancer, and was responsible for engaging key opinion leaders in scientific peer-level discussions on the evolving landscape of HR-positive, HER2-negative early breast cancer. I think there were three main elements that I greatly appreciated in their mentorship: enthusiasm and passion for developing others, especially women in STEM, willingness to share their experience, expertise, and knowledge, and sharing candid feedback with empathy. So this is grounded in their knowledge that scientific innovation, combined with the right teams and trusted scientific relationships, has tremendous potential of improving the lives of people with cancer.
So again, Rudy now works with AstraZeneca. She is a medical lead of oncology, and obviously she worked with us as Global Science Transfer to upskill her. We were talking about providing the trainings and making the connections, mentoring, and now she's happy. She's doing what she wants to do with the same message all the time. Do it when you love it, and the day you feel you want to go to the next step, Global Science Transfer is again with them to support them moving to the next step. We were talking about upskilling earlier. This is just an idea. I will not go through it, but we can help you if there is any development of an idea from an E until the submission to the market. And obviously, for the last 32 minutes, I want to go back to where I started, that the challenges are still, but if we work together, we support together, we can actually move mountain, we can move women from across the world, from a country to a country, so then we can share best practices and we can help more women to grow. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Zara.
Thank you, Zara, for this really interesting talk. We're now on the last but one talk from this morning. Fabiola Cavaliere, who's a structural simulation of artificial intelligence engineer in SEAT. So we'll talk about this, which is really a life-saving tool. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here. These events are really, really important. Thank the organisers, because it's a great success, and I know there's a lot of work being put into it. All of us, male or female, all of us who are here, thank you to you all as well. So I'd like to talk a little bit about my personal experience in the STEM field in personal terms, and then talking about a particular issue. I'd like to thank all the colleagues involved and my colleagues who were responsible for developing this dummy that we can see on stage here. I'm Fabiola. I'm a technical engineer in SEAT. I'm Italian. So if I make any grammatical mistakes, please forgive me. I'm Angelo, my big brother's there with me. All my first memories are linked to Angelo. I was the really little sister who wanted to do everything with him, and here you can see I wasn't even big enough to play the billiards here, to play table snooker, but he was showing me how to do it. And I realized that his presence when I was very little were really basic for me, absolutely essential, because I learned at that time that there was nothing I couldn't do. And there was nothing that other people could do that I couldn't do. So I was very lucky. So if we think about the fact that the Christmas time is coming soon, we're going to be making presents to our loved ones. You can see some of the typical pictures here. We're used to giving girls kitchens, toy washing machines, doll's house type things, and kids, boys, action men, and similar Superman. You can see all the lovely little doll type things for girls. Yeah, these are the stereotypes. These initial years are very important because this is when the basic interests and stereotypes are being generated. There is a study from 2021, which is very recent, therefore, in which people tried to measure the influence of stereotypes in the interest that girls have or don't have for STEM areas. So there was some research done that taking some young girls and splitting them up. One group saying this is STEM material. Normally boys do this better, but do it, and you'll tell me if you like it or not. And the other half, we just didn't say anything to them. So the ones who hadn't received any stereotypes, the light green part of the chart here, had higher interest than those who did hear the stereotypical message. So it's demonstrated that the education given to our kids is vital. When I was a girl, I was quite clear that I really loved mathematics, physics, logic. Even so, when I had to make a choice as to what to do in my life, I wasn't clear. In Italy, for example, you have to do an admission test for medicine. I did it because it's a prestigious job. I didn't get through, and I always say I was lucky not to pass that test. Sometimes we haven't got the full information at our fingertips, but anyway, at the end of the day, I decided to try engineering. I'm very lucky because you can see, we talk about role models for women in STEM, but if you're really honest about your role models for today, in the past you can see there this historical photo there, Einstein, Heisenberg, Marie Curie. She is a symbol, but if we think about making role models. Obviously, you know these faces that are up here. We have to change this trend. So I was speaking about myself, but I just wanted to give you this information. And now moving on, I studied engineering for bridges and roadways, and I was going to work in this field. But I didn't actually follow this course. I started to get interested in numerical simulations. I went to Germany on my Erasmus. I went deeper into the subject. I started a doctorate there. Then I let it go. Then I came here and started another one in collaboration with SEAT and UPC. And I started working for SEAT. But I never thought I'd be working as an engineer in an automotive company. I'm grateful to my parents because my parents can't really explain what job I do, but I am grateful to them for helping me to get where I am anyway. So I'm in SEAT, in the technical department, in the simulations department, and I have to apply AI to simulations. As you can see here, there are 2 of us women here in my team. There are certain numbers here you can see on the bottom right. In terms of the general workforce in SEAT, management we're a bit better off there, 74 compared to 26. In general terms, 21 against 79% for women, men. In R&D, we're worse, 19% women, 81% men. So, our star in the talk today, safety first. A lot of the things we do in SEAT, one of the most important things, obviously, is safety. We're obviously looking for the highest degree of safety for our customers. And how do we do this? Via simulations during the project lifetime. Then we do physical tests to carry out checks. There's a video, I won't use that right now. And we have a physical test versus simulation when we validate our results. We have to work within the terms of the law, obviously, to get the patenting and to get our cars approved. We have to get highest level of assessment levels from the industry bodies, for example, so that someone who's going to buy a car can see that the safety level of the car is high. And we're always looking for the highest safety level possible. So the dummy here is the star guy in our tests. The story began decades ago, as you can see, in 1949, back on the screen there. Developed in the military field. Thus, there's often the source of novelties. This was improved and improved over time. And here on stage, you can see this one, this hybrid dummy 3, hybrid 3, which is 50th male percentile of representing of the male population. This is an average man, basically, 1.75, 77 kilograms. We added other figures then, adding kids models, 3, 6 and 10 years old, and one for women. But this only represented 5th female percentile. That's really small, obviously, compared to 50th. 1.52 152 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Through the years, there were changes added, things were improved, our tests improved. So we've introduced other dummies who which can take on board more factors, anthropological and medical factors. Of course, we don't all have the same features, the same body types, do we? So to try and make allowances for that. In terms of the abdomen, hips, we know these are real differences in society. So on this study from 2020, there's a comparison of the evolution of risk of injuries or death in accidents through the decades by injury type. Any injury first, second, more serious injuries, third, then more serious deaths or permanent handicap injuries. It's good news to hear that our cars are safer and safer, but even so, there's discrimination here between the injuries which women experience and those which men suffer. And also in terms of age groups, people aged over 50 are more at risk than people who are under the age of 50 at having injury at being injured seriously during accidents. 73% more likely women to suffer severe injury in frontal car crashes, and 76% more likely elderly people. Obese people, 79% more likely to suffer injury than the average male. And that's 40% of the population. So these statistics give us very clear information. There's a long road ahead. We've got a lot of improvements still to make in this field to ensure that safety is as good as it can be. So what we can do and what we are doing, if we look here at the organisations which evaluate safety in new cars, the Euro NCAP Vision 2030, to continue driving forward ongoing improvements and also diversity in terms of gender and age groups, ensuring that safety is still the standard for everything. The virtual project was funded by the EU, and research bodies have been involved, universities, industry associations, governments came together to take things further. Simulations are really important in this field because we get a lot of information from them. So the idea is in future tests to introduce not just physical tests but simulation tests in terms of evaluating safety. The most important thing is to introduce it into the design process. We do that already, but we need to be doing it better and better to make models which are more reliable, because all of our bone structure and bodily features, for example, are all specific, and these are important factors to take into account as well. So if you've got an average woman as a virtual or an average man, that's one thing, but we all vary a lot, as we know. Astrid Linder on the top right there, we can see who she's a woman, obviously, and is a pioneer in this field, working with the first average female dummy. What the idea here is to show how we can move forward and have full data and full ability working with our dummies to improve the standard tests in terms of the average woman. We need to keep moving forward, and I think it's really interesting. I don't believe girls are not interested in getting involved in this change towards the future. So I really encourage you all and say it's really a good area to get involved in. Thank you.
Gracias, Fabiola. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Well, should we move her? Yeah, you can see it at close up. It's quite something. Thank you.
Impresiona, de verdad, un poco.
Really.
Después de Fabiola, otra talk muy interesante, pues ahora.
Now, following Fabiola in a very interesting talk, we have our last talk. Also another very interesting one, because, you know, all of these talks actually have been quite striking, and this one will be too. And we're actually preparing the ramp because Alba Buendia is going to be coming up on stage. She's a specialist on technology and global IT hub at Nestle. Alba is here with her personal assistant, Antonio. Good morning. They're coming up for this talk. I know we're running a bit late on our program. We're a bit behind, but you had your coffee break, so you know the coffee break should tide you over until lunch. Because then we're going to be having a roundtable session, which will be super interesting. We have our participants ready and waiting in the wings. Thank you, Antonio. I want to begin by saying thank you for being invited to this STEM Women Congress and for giving me the opportunity of participating in the event on the importance of women's participation in STEM fields. But today I'm here also to represent a specific group of women in that whole community. Women who are in STEM fields but also have a disability. My name is Alba Buendia, and I'm a specialist at Nestle's Global IT Hub. Today I'm going to be talking about the importance of having women with disabilities participating in STEM fields. I'm not going to so much talk about statistics, but what I could talk a little bit about them. And I want to say that women with disabilities can begin an IT career in major companies worldwide. The first data on women in STEM with disabilities is what we have here. In the States, we have the results here of the total active population between 18 and 74 years of age. Only 21% working in STEM had a disability. According to the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics. According to the report, the number of women and women in that figure were looked at, and the number of women working in STEM with the U.S. federal government was included 7% of people with a disability. In
nos
Spain,
encontramos con los siguientes
the
datos.
equivalent figures are as follows.
El último informe del mercado
According
de
to
trabajo
the
en
latest
2022,
labor
el
market
SEPE
report,
reportaba el 4,54%
only 4.54% of
con discapacidad se
contracts
hacen dentro del gran grupo ocupacional.
to
Dos,
individuals with disabilities were given to people in this group. That is technical people, scientists, and intellectuals. So it's the same problem. We don't have a breakdown of women's visibility within that group.
la reflexión sería la siguiente.
But I could say the following in this regard. I could
por los
say,
cuales
what's the reason
una
why
mujer no se
a
plantea
woman
empezar
wouldn't consider
una carrera científica
a
en el ámbito STEM?
scientific career, a career
de su
in STEM
discapacidad. En España, en Estados Unidos,
in
o cualquier
Spain,
otra parte del mundo.
in the US, or anywhere else in the world?
Los factores
There are many
que yo voy a
factors.
tratar se han estudiado por el
What I'm going to talk about has been studied
son los siguientes.
and is scientifically
La
founded.
exposición a estereotipos
There
tradicionales.
are traditional
El
stereotypes.
nivel de inclusión en la
The
educación
level of
que le
inclusion
permita a una mujer empezar una carrera académica
means
dentro del
a
ámbito
woman
STEM.
can
El nivel
begin
de
a STEM
sensibilización
career.
empresarial, el cual le
Awareness
permita
in the business
obtener su primer
setting
trabajo.
should enable her to get her
Hasta
first
que obtenga
job.
su primer trabajo,
And when she
la
gets her
disponibilidad de
first
recursos
job,
humanos y tecnológicos que le permitan desarrollar su actividad en la empresa.
in my case, I use tech and human resources to carry out my daily activities.
En los inspirarse.
I'm a STEM
Y
woman,
por último, y más importante para
but the
mí,
most important thing for
el
me
apoyo
is
de su
the
entorno
support
más cercano
from
que le permita
my
autoconvencerse
immediate
de que
environment.
sí se puede. Y lo sé con certeza, pues
I know for a fact
la educación en valores como la igualdad,
that values
o
such
la
as
capacitación
equality,
personal, el acceso a una
equal
educación
access
pública
to
y accesible
education,
en materia
accessible
de discapacidad,
education,
la disponibilidad de
and
recursos
the availability
humanos
of
y tecnológicos,
human and technological resources,
unos grandes valores a
and
nivel empresarial
particularly
en relación a la
values
diversidad
in the company
y la
setting
inclusión han sido
concerning inclusion
fundamentales para ello hoy
are
estoy aquí
fundamental,
a
and that's
punto
why
de
I'm here
explicar mi
able
experiencia
to talk
como
about my
mujer
experience as an
trabajadora
IT
del Global
worker
IT Hub de Nestlé.
working at the Nestle IT Hub.
Y me gustaría empezar dando un poco de contexto sobre mí.
I'd like to
Soy Alba,
give a little context.
tengo 24
My name is
años
Alba, I'm
y
24
vivo
years old.
en Tarragona
I
con mi
live
familia.
in
Y a
Tarragona
los
with my
9
family.
meses de edad
When I was
me
9 months old,
diagnosticaron
I was
atrofia
diagnosed with
muscular espinal tipo 2
spinal muscular
en el
atrophy
Hospital Sant Joan de Déu
at
de
the San Juan
Barcelona.
de Dios Hospital in
Esta
Barcelona.
enfermedad básicamente afecta al movimiento
This
de los
disease
músculos en las
affects the movement
inferiores,
of different muscles in
superiores,
the
pecho,
members of the
cara,
different limbs of the body and in the
y
chest.
dicha limitación en la
This
movilidad
mobility
ha repercutido
limitation
en un 88% de
led
discapacidad
to a
física.
diagnosis of 88%
Y por dicho
physical
motivo,
disability in my case,
utilizo una serie de recursos
which is why I use a number of technological and human resources
desarrollar mi actividad
to
diaria
carry out my
con
daily
total
activities
normalidad.
in a normal
Voy a
fashion.
empezar hablando de los recursos
I'm going to start
tecnológicos.
talking about
Y yo pienso que
technological
el más,
resources,
importante es
which
esta
I think
silla
is
de ruedas,
very
cual
important because
me
I have
permite
this wheelchair
a
which
desplazarme con
enables
total normalidad.
me to move
Y
around
otro
easily.
recurso tecnológico, veremos más adelante,
Later,
es un dispositivo de
see.
seguimiento ocular, el
I
cual me
have there's an
permite
online
acceder al ordenador,
resource that enables me to access
chatear,
data,
trabajar,
chat,
estudiar.
work, study,
Sin él sería incapaz de realizar estas
without which I
actividades
could never
sin el
carry out
soporte
these
de una
activities.
tercera persona.
And of course, I
Bueno,
need
pues,
an assistant
anterior
with me to
diapositiva,
help me.
por favor.
Next slide.
Y por otro lado, tenemos también los recursos humanos.
We also have
Y
human
el más
resources.
importante es de esta área, personalmente, es
For me,
la
what's
figura
most
de
important
asistente
is
personal.
having a personal
El
assistant.
cual básicamente se centra en la realización de actividades
Enabling me
físicas,
to carry out
las cuales
physical
no puedo
activities
realizar
which I wouldn't
por mi
otherwise be
limitación
able
en la
to
movilidad, como puede ser
undertake because of my
esta
physical
presentación de diapositivas.
disability.
Sin embargo, dicha figura de asistente personal
So,
puede ser realizada
a
por
personal
diversas
assistant
personas
can also
en
be carried out
situaciones concretas.
by different
¿Podemos
people
ver
in different
la anterior
situations.
diapositiva? Gracias. A veces falla el asistente.
Sorry, sometimes the assistant isn't all that effective.
Voy a continuar. Hemos hablado de los diferentes tipos de
So the different types of resources that I use.
Y ahora me gustaría hablar de mi rol, de mi función dentro de
I'd like to talk now about my role as a technology specialist in the Nestle's Global IT Hub. What I mainly do has to do with maintenance of ongoing tech improvement of chatbots for CRM purposes in Nestle. Some people don't know what a chatbot is, but a chatbot is those little boxes that pop up on certain websites for certain companies. And if you click on it, you get a chat window that pops up, and they ask you, how may I help you? I'm one of those people who advise different businesses in Nestle on design and implementation and maintenance of these robots, which answer questions on products, innovation, news, and everything else regarding Nestle. And basically, an example of the results of our work can be seen on Nescafé's website, Nescafé Spain. I'd like to ask a question now. Maybe you wonder, well, hold on, but how did you get here from where you were, where you started out? Well, as I said, many factors were involved in my journey, but I've always tried to make my education more important than my limitations, and I've always been given support and the necessary resources to have a higher education and my master's degree. Thanks to those studies, I was able to carry out an internship through an agreement in which Nestle had an agreement with the university, let's say. Next one.
Bien, les pregunta es, ¿en qué consiste un día a día?
What does this consist of? Well, this is my day-to-day activities. As you can see in the first video, I'm arriving and my assistant is helping me and setting me up at my desk and preparing my work environment. This includes my computer and connecting my device, as I was saying earlier. In this slide you can see, well, this device helps me carry out my activities and also to manage processes. This is very key to my work. We also have meetings in different places in the building, And so accessibility is important. For that, I need my colleagues to give me a hand to take notes or to take down my ideas. It's not actually their job, but they all volunteer gladly and help out. And finally, we have breaks, and you can see here my colleagues and myself having a chat and a coffee. But I need assistance to be able to have my coffee. As you've seen here, next video, the activities I've shown you in these videos are the same as for any person, whether or not they have a disability. And I am extremely grateful to have the technological and human resources I referred to in the beginning, because it makes it possible for me to perform these activities just as any other person would. I'm also very grateful for being a person of interest to Nestlé, because there are many colleagues of all levels who have taken an interest, making me feel I'm important, I'm worthwhile, and I'm bringing some kind of contribution to the company. And also in all of my relationships with Nestlé. And third, the most important is I feel motivated to continue to rise to new challenges every day for real personal and professional growth in the company. Finished, actually. Next slide.
Bueno, estas slides simplemente han sido una muestra.
This was just one example of my experience as a worker, IT worker with a disability at Nestlé, but I would like not to be the last STEM woman with disabilities on the stage in the next STEM Women Congresses, for a very simple reason, because this would mean that more women with disabilities are motivated and have an incentive to start a STEM field, regardless of feeling inadequate, maybe as a woman, or because they feel they don't have the knowledge, or they feel uncertain about what the labor market holds for them. I don't want that to be an obstacle to these women. And that's where STEM companies have a key role to play. I encourage them to look beyond the CV, the resume, and see real people, for a very simple reason. Because talent is not in a wheelchair, it doesn't come along. And you can see that when you have a program in an IT system before it's launched to the market, a few hours before. And through a brainstorming session where the next major product of the company is generated, we're willing to share our talent with you, but companies need to be prepared to believe in inclusive talent. In my experience, as I've told you today, shows that with the will to do it and commitment, it's possible to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias.
Que durante su intervención
Albert said maybe people have been asking how someone with my disability had managed to get onto the stage, but after you've listened to her for 15 minutes, you know how she managed to get there, because Alba will get whatever she wants to get to. And thanks to Alba, and also thanks to Antonio Buendia, her assistant. She gave him a yellow card on a couple of occasions, but he's there helping. So the 5 talks have been very inspiring, and now we're going to move on to our round table, which is really interesting because we're going to deal with different questions. We're out of time in terms of the program already, but we're going to try and be as quick as we can. It's a pity that we haven't got too much time, because as you can see, we've got 8 profiles here, and there'll be a man with us as well in our round table. 7 women, 1 man. They're going to speak about their companies, about their projects, as to how they're moving forward, and how they're trying to close the gaps, the glass ceiling, and other key issues. Everything's ready, isn't it, Artur? Yeah. So we've got our square tables here for our round table. So let's get going. Susana Carmona, Rebecca Marín, Sara Rodríguez, Susana Pastor, Maria Gregori, Patricia Pimenta, Ampero Oteo, please come onto the stage. So to go quicker, we've got the different profiles here up on the stage. Pera, you need to go quickly, don't you? So Pera, perhaps you could start. Everyone needs to feel totally at ease here to say what they like. So, as I was saying, Pera, how important is it to promote gender diversity and in companies and STEM in particular? Well, we are a recycling company in terms of metals, iron. We're normally a monochromatic type of organization. It's normally organizations which are male-dominated, with certain features, but society has meant that we've got 8,500 people in ongoing training, 11,000 on a one-off basis. This percentage of women has gone up from 2% up to 12% in recent years. Over the last 8 years, that's increased from 2% to 12%. So it's not much compared to other sectors, but compared to how we were, and compared to the steel industry on a world level, we're not doing that badly. It's also important to say that this almost 1,000 people, women in our organisation, well, around 300 of them STEM profiles, and they've joined us in the last 5 years, more women than men. So we've managed to bring female talent on board over the last few years. Diversity, well, if there's no diversity, then there are no riches. You can't develop different types of people and different types of workers, and you can't be sure that you're giving the right type of service to society. Thank you, Pera. also wanted to explain to you that Carme Pellicero has not been able to come, and instead Bea Domenac is with us instead, who's the General Director of Digital Factory. She's joined quickly to substitute Carme. Carme is the General Director. So, explain what's happening to your company's doing to close the gap in terms of the women workers. Well, we're a company that works on digital transformation services. As Joanna said previously, we've got a gap because in ICTs there are not that many women involved. So what we're trying to do is develop small activities which add up little by little. So when we announce our vacancies, we try to phrase things in the right way to ensure that we get the message across in terms of receiving our resumes and choosing candidates. We try to look at the profiles exactly of if we can choose a woman where it's possible, we try to make that bet because that's the way we can move forward in increasing diversity within our workforce, and we can make more creative solutions and we can increase diversity. So that's what we do in terms of recruitment. But we also bet on giving time to women who work in our company and for them to go to schools and give talks, because it's important for more girls to choose technical careers, not just in terms of management, but in all professions related to ICT. And women have a emotional ability, which is we're able to get our message across very well in general terms. So also we have mentoring, and in Quantion we accompany well the members of our work of our team as well as we can. You're the only woman here in terms of in the management team in Mutua dels Engineers, Susanna. And so yeah, I feel good about this. I've been working on other roles as well. I'm STEM. I did my degree in physical science. I've seen a transformation in terms of changes in the law, but also in terms of how companies operate. We are given more opportunities, and this involvement of women in management teams is in the important projects in management does bring diversity to the table in terms of giving different points of views, and it makes the situation better in overall terms. I would like to say as well, and I always say this, there are big companies, but really, as we're an 80-person company, so we're really an SME. But the SMEs have to get firmly on board as well, because 90% of our country business fabric is made up of this type of company. So bit by bit, we can really join together and make a big impact. So it shouldn't just be the corporates and the big companies who are leading the change. It should also be the SMEs. And we promote STEM towards the outside where we haven't got enough funding to introduce new STEM roles. But we have initiatives where we can, and we have training grants as well, and we try to interest women who are already in technical careers but could take a step forward and get extra training to enable them to really get into senior management positions. And we're working with schools, and we're working with girls in schools. We're always thinking of our next project. Yeah, there's one ongoing, but we're already thinking about the one that's coming up. So yes, working with the schools in secondary schooling to ensure that we can that the kids are more in tune with technological environments, and especially that girls are fully involved and feel that they can get fully involved. So we we try to ensure that it's 50-50 girls, boys, and the kids really enjoy participating in our projects, and we do too. Rebecca, how does your company work? Is there a gap in terms of females, males? Well, we're an essential service, obviously, in terms of the water. Here in Aguas de Barcelona, we're bigger. We address this gap, but when we speak with people in education, we give the same information. We need to get people involved in the companies so that girls and boys can see exactly what professions they can undertake if they do STEM degrees. We're not just talking about STEMs as university courses, but also a training cycle, and at the end of the day, a career. So 75% of our workforce are operators, so it's difficult to get people with the right technical training who feel that they might want to work in the world of utilities. In this case, a water company. Women may be thinking of other areas, nursing or in different areas, or boys may be working in data. But for people to work in water companies, it's not generally a point of interest. But we need to get this message across. We need to the population who in the future will be our leaders. So not just girls and boys in high school, but also girls and boys who are in primary education, getting them interested and getting rid of bias where it exists to ensure that they all can focus fully on the different careers which are available and the different STEM areas, and get rid of the stereotypes that people have mentioned earlier in terms of the different toys that are generally given to kids. So we need to get the message across and make sure that girls and boys are aware of what is available. Sara, what about your company, Abertis Group? In Abertis, well, we're an infrastructure manager operating toll freeways and motorways. So we have an ecosystem in the company which is quite complicated. A couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, we wanted to take a leap forward. So within our sustainability strategy, we included issues, decarbonization, maintenance, but also, and in the strategic plan, increasing women in management roles. So this group strategy with concrete objectives through our 15 countries where we have a footprint is now seen as a goal, and the experience has been very interesting and has been good fun. And we've had conversations which are often surreal in the boards of directors with our subsidiary companies, but we're also getting a lot of information as to how we can react and change to improve the situation vis-à-vis the gap when we're talking about engineers, female or male, and looking at the financing that's involved and the levering in our recruitment to look at internal promotion as well to address the gap in terms of our general workforce. One polemic issue, Abertis decided in its strategy to set objectives in the short term, 22 to 24, and for the whole of the decade. So we're working hard to try and achieve them. Thank you, Sarah. Susana. Susana from the Global IT Barcelona Hub Manager at Nestlé. We've already heard Alba. I represent the digital hub, which we have in Barcelona, the technological hub, the biggest which exists in the city. We were pioneers 7 years ago when we decided to open up the technological center in Barcelona. In 7 years, we've taken on board 700 people and developing technology and rolling out scale technology for all the brands and for all the countries, which are more than 190 for Nestlé. And we're very proud of this. And in terms of data which we've shared, 36% of the people are women, which is quite good. Not 50%, but it's not bad compared to other places. So in terms of senior leadership within our IT hub, technological terms, 45% women. We have a load of initiatives. Next year we thought we'd present one to the awards as well. But to say that the inclusion and inclusiveness needs to be a key value. Also, training in inclusive leadership is a really important. Female leadership as well. Equality, not just in gender and sexual orientation and race and disability. Across the areas, we need this. We're starting from a good starting point, but we have a workforce who can drive forward issues themselves and via their representatives. And they go to do talks to girls at schools, or we might get people coming into our premises and try to have role models who can give talks to them, as I say. What I'd like to say today is a male-launched initiative. It was men advocating for real change. Who were the men who were ambassadors. And that's good because diversity is key in a company, so it's important for men to be involved as well. Yeah, we can give that a round of applause, I think.
Gracias. Y ya está.
Thank you. Yeah.
Maria from CaixaBank Tech Innovation Manager. How do you feel? Do you feel you're alone? Do you feel the support of other women? Well, this is the tech subsidiary of CaixaBank. As a company, we're growing. We have more than 800 employees. We're still growing. From the numbers standpoint, we're a bit above the average for our sector, but more work is needed, and a lot of initiatives are being taken to overcome the gap. One is to have women's hackathons, just like what we saw before. We also have a really nice initiative to attract women to the company, women who are in their last years of studies, and there's a monetary award for the best profile of women in STEM careers. And we have people with scholarships, with some mentoring together with Microsoft. This is actually quite successful. We've been able to get incredibly talented women to our innovation department. I'm so fortunate that many of these women have come and joined our team in the 6 editions we've already had. And their talent is awesome. In fact, there's some of them here who came. They came. They're here in the audience. And this helps us attract young people, but we have another big initiative, which is mentoring for women, so that women who are already inside can help us to further grow and overcome those fears that women sometimes feel when we think about higher positions in the company. And it's going very well to increase the number of women in executive positions. Thank you so much. Patricia, tell us about your company, please, in this regard. Schneider Electric, we heard a little bit this morning about it. We are the global leader in energy efficiency and digital transformation in one in the electrical sector, technology and e-transformation. There's work that's been done on cultural change, and this doesn't just impact women. All of these transformations and changes of policy for more flexibility, for home working, sabbaticals, all of that has made a company that is employee friendly. And that's really important because you can see I am not Spanish, so if there's something that you don't understand, tell me. No, you speak Spanish very well. We're also working, we've been working in the last 11 or 12 years through our Let's Go engineering, working with young people in schools to awaken their interest in tech sectors in boys and girls. And we are a role model for those young girls who may then decide to study and press forward in STEM careers. In terms of initiatives in the company, some, as we've seen, well, Carolina is one of the voices of diversity, not just gender, but others as well, other forms of diversity. This is just a reflection of how diverse and egalitarian the company has become. There are projects, or as they could say, a strategy, which is part of the company's culture. You don't always see these numbers, but 50% of women, half of the people we hire have to be women, 50%. And that depends a little bit on the CV or the resume we get. Usually we get more men sending in their resumes. But we take more time to go out and find those women. We've tried to find women who, through other women. We have a program in the company of referrals. If you know somebody, you can get a reward for bringing them into the company. The idea is to get better, more and better resumes. And that 50% of those 50% women, 40% need to have a development plan, and 30% need to reach the position of frontline manager. Well, these are amazing initiatives, but we managers, if we don't have this on our day-to-day agenda, this doesn't happen. It's just, how can you change a culture over the last 5 to 10 years? Our managers and those of us who are there today we're different from the ones who were there before. There has been a transformation, and the new mindset it includes an awareness of finding the best fit, going the extra mile to find the best candidate, and we're working very hard on getting commitment from our managers. And I've just told them we are in the electrical sector, but the first in the electrical sector that has reached gender parity. And it was the Iberian Committee from my CEO. And Schneider Electric has parity there, 50% men, 50% women. I've been working for 3 years in Schneider Iberia. I came from South America, but when I came 3 years ago, my first line was women. And in the transformation in which we are adapting to the new challenges of the Great Revolution, like the Industrial Revolution, right? But we have so many changes, and the team has also had to evolve, and that's what's taken place in these 3 years. If you look from when I started to now, 30% of my first line managers went to 40%. And my team, the team is these are the people who are transforming their teams in turn. So the idea is for my team right now to be, if my team is 40% women, it's because that 50, 40, 30% was already being implemented. I had to make an extra effort for this. The difference that we're working on is not, I mean, it sounds very simple, right? I'm telling you what I've done since I've been at Schneider, but what I can tell you is not the most important to look for these people. In terms of electricity and engineering, we can figure out from inside. Let's go out and look for profiles, do reskilling. I don't necessarily need electrical engineers such as myself. I have to find different skills that include or cover many of the same skills that I need on my team. Skills, soft skills, digital skills, which we can find a lot of women in, and continue to create the culture, humble people who want to learn, who are generous, who are willing to share, who are resilient to change and uncertainty, who know how to develop and have the ability. I'll conclude, but the idea is to go out and find diversity, which is what we need. So we're not looking for women, but we're looking for skills, and we happen to just find many more women with these skills, so we can include them on our team. And now I'm going to include something that you've referred to. But first, do you want to mention something? With regard to what Patricia said, the cultural aspect is important. For example, in recruitment processes, normally you have more men applying. So by default, and also by default, recruiters tend to look like somebody like themselves. And very often, there are three aspects. The culture of diversity, this is an area that has to be worked on to be better as an organization. Inclusion, in the broadest sense of the word, for the people in the organization, experience, race, and gender. And finally, the third part is about making sure that this is incorporated in the recruitment process. We get people from different countries, and we have to go from our 12%, so that in 23 we get 30 and 30, 30% of women by 2030. So to do that, the main channel has to be a recruitment process that is effective and has inclusion taken into account. And most of the people in these positions are already women, and we're going to try to transform the organization in this way to also grow and grow women into positions of greater responsibility. In fact, more than 500 of the women working are either technicians, managers, or senior managers. So we want to get to this 30% figure, but and take that into account. Well, we're already out of time, but just a brief word from you, because there are girls watching this and following the Congress, which is so interesting for them. What advice would you give them, those girls? One or two words. I would say tomorrow is already too late. Start now getting interested in STEM disciplines. Be curious, start learning, forget about stereotypes. And, in schools there are many initiatives. There's no excuse. And if your school doesn't have it, then encourage them to do that. They should believe in yourselves. We're seeing it in our country that you can do whatever you want to be whatever you want to be. Be part of the change. Any step you take in the STEM career is important. Don't be afraid. You can achieve whatever you want. I would go ahead with the idea of self-confidence, and when I talk about this, and I talk in schools, even where my children go to school, I said, if I'm an engineer, you can do it. I have 2 little girls, and I'm always on their back. I say technology is the future. Everything is going to be about tech in the future, and I think they'll have a future. They'll be independent. We were talking about it this morning. They'll have work, a good salary, and be independent and be able to make a difference in society through technology, regardless of the field. Well, I would say do what you want, what you love, what you're passionate about, and if you like STEM, don't hesitate. Just because there are so many men, just work hard and don't be afraid. Find role models and fight for what you want. Thank you. Patricia? That's it. Be yourself, believe yourself, love yourself, believe in yourself. So your future and your happiness in the future shouldn't depend on obstacles. STEM will change the world. And I would say for parents, STEM kids, parents who are in STEM fields, they can to encourage your children to follow in your footsteps. I'm not from the STEM world myself, but I'm also encouraging my kids. And we have one who's in STEM, one who's not in STEM, and the third we don't know yet. But these are the building blocks, just like at school. Thank you very much.
Gracias, podéis ir bajando. Muchísimas gracias. Artur, que ahora te buscaba.
I was looking for you then, Artur. Thank you, everyone. It's been a real pleasure the whole morning we've had, and finishing off with this round table was great. So we've reached the end point of the morning, and we'll continue again in the afternoon. Ruth Gumbau will be leading events in the afternoon. So now it's time for lunch, but so congratulations to everyone, and thank you to everyone, and hi to everyone online, and we'll see you next year. We will. So thank you.